Chapter 39:11. Of course, she could not save people as he wished. After using the golden leaf once, its luster would dim and it would need some time to recover before it could be used again. Moreover, there was a more important problem, which was the hellfire. Thinking of this, he frowned and paced with his hands behind his back. The strong wind blew and his gray robe fluttered. He could be blown away from the peak at any time. Chuli frowned and paced nonstop, thinking of a solution. Everything he learned was a strange skill, and they were all interlinked. They were integrated into one. If he took out one skill alone, it would be too powerful and it would be accompanied by a flaw. He needed other strange skills to make up for it. There is only one skill that could be used to resolve the hellfire, which was the glazed lotus scripture. However, the glazed lotus scripture was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not only did it require a high level of comprehension, but it also required sufficient dermic cultivation. No matter how powerful Princess Anfu was, she could not reach that level of cultivation. Therefore, it was almost impossible to cultivate the glazed lotus scripture. Even with the help of the traction skill, she could not cultivate it. It required a little inspiration in her nature and could not be borrowed by others. Otherwise, the Great Mercy Temple would have used the enlightenment method to bless their disciples. Sigh. He shook his head and sighed. Master, what's wrong? Princess Anfu asked in confusion. Chuli said, Anfu, you have the ability to save people now, but you can't use it lightly. Why? Princess Anfu was even more confused. When she saw the golden leaf in the void of her mind, she immediately knew its magical effect and how to use it. It could bring the dead back to life. It was the same divine power as her master. It was unbelievable. Chuli shook his head and said, Every time I use the resurrection skill, it destroys karma and goes against the natural cycle. Therefore, there will be karma and the hellfire will burn the body. It's a real death. Then how can Master avoid it? Princess Anfu asked. She was smarter than others. Even if Chuli did not show up, she could vaguely feel that saving the dead, bringing them back to life, and breaking the cycle of life and death was a taboo. One had to pay a huge price. Chuli said, I have a secret skill, but unfortunately, I can't teach you. Then I can only save myself? Princess Anfu asked. Chuli smiled and nodded in satisfaction. At least you have a little bit of comprehension, but you should know the limitations of resurrection. If your body is really crushed and your soul is scattered, you won't be able to come back. Disciple understands. Princess Anfu said excitedly. When he thought of his near-immortal body and the possibility of resurrection, he immediately felt a sense of security. Elated, he said, Then I can use my secret arts to my heart's content, stimulate my potential, and fight with my life on the line. Those who were willing to risk their lives without any regard for their own safety were the most terrifying. They could display 20% of their strength. Chuli put away his disappointment and said calmly, But you don't have to rush. I'll teach you the secret technique first. You can slowly cultivate it in the future. You don't have to force yourself. Try to cultivate it. Who knows, you might be able to master it. Actually, he didn't have much hope because it was simply impossible to cultivate the glazed lotus scripture. Yes, Princess Anfu said, Master, let's take action. Let's go take a look at the border between Great Kuan and Great Ning. Very well. Chuli nodded and disappeared with her. The master-disciple duo spent 10 days assassinating all the generals at the borders of Kuan and Ning. Then, they assassinated a batch of generals from Shuo and Ning, leaving them with no generals to use. Seeing this, the generals of Yu were overjoyed. They wanted to hit them while they were down. They took the opportunity to attack and take revenge for what happened last time. They never thought that they would also be assassinated. Because of that, they were heavily injured and could no longer command. Without a leader, the morale plummeted. They also gave up on the idea of attacking and focused on defense. 10 days later, in the evening, Princess Anfu returned to the imperial palace in a rosy glow. She went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, Emperor Zhao Yinqing and the Empress were playing chess. A few maids were serving them at the side. Zhao Yinqing and Chang Shuhua chatted casually as they played chess pieces. The atmosphere was harmonious. Father, mother. Princess Anfu floated forward and smiled. You're in a good mood. Your father's in a bad mood, so I came here to relax. Chang Shuhua waved her hand and said with a smile, Anfu, you've been playing wild these days. You haven't come back since. Mother, don't worry. From now on, I can come back anytime. She smiled proudly. I've learned some amazing skills from Master. As she spoke, she waved her hand and said, You may leave first. Yes. The palace maids bowed and quietly retreated. What amazing skills do you have to keep a secret? Chang Shuhua smiled. Princess Anfu smiled proudly and suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, she appeared at the entrance of the backyard. In an instant, she had crossed over 30 meters. Zhao Yinqing and Chang Shuhua were both stunned. Princess Anfu said, Father, mother, this time I could directly cross several or even several hundred kilometers. In the future, when I miss you, I can come back in a moment. It's very convenient. Miraculous. Chang Shuhua praised. I've always wanted to pay a visit to the divine monk, but I've never found the chance. Master is in closed-door training. Princess Anfu shook her head. You can't see him now. Chang Shuhua smiled. Even if I go, I won't see him. Princess Anfu shook her head. No one can enter Rui Temple. It's already closed and doesn't accept guests. Even father can't do anything. Anfu, you did it, right? Zhao Yinqing said in a deep voice. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Princess Anfu. Princess Anfu calmly nodded. It's us. This was very easy to guess. Previously, they had easily assassinated the generals of Great Shaw and Great Ning. Almost everyone knew about it. Of course, they also knew who was behind the assassination of these generals. Zhao Yinqing snorted and said, How dare you? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to make everyone in the world your enemy? Yes. Princess Anfu nodded with a smile. Aren't we very bold? You're courting death. Zhao Yinqing shouted. Princess Anfu said, Master can bring the dead back to life. We're not afraid of death. You. Zhao Yinqing's expression darkened as he glared at her. Chang Shuhua tugged at Princess Anfu's sleeve and said snappily, Don't argue with your father. Hurry up and tell us why you're doing this. It's too bizarre. Your father can't believe it. It's fine if you assassinate the generals of other countries, but why do you even assassinate your own generals? Only by doing this will everyone calm down. Only then will there be no wars. Princess Anfu said, Father, mother, Master wants to eliminate all wars and maintain peace in the world. Ridiculous. Zhao Yinqing sneered. Princess Anfu nodded. I also thought it was ridiculous at first, but then I thought about it. With Master's ability, it's not impossible, right? Didn't he do it now? They haven't figured out the depth yet. Once they know the truth, will they just sit and wait for death? Zhao Yinqing said coldly. No matter how strong the divine monk is, he's not otherworldly. There will always be a flaw. Then where is Master's flaw? Princess Anfu asked. You. Zhao Yinqing snorted. You'll be the first to bear the brunt. Then let's see what they're capable of. Princess Anfu smiled. Father, I'm not who I used to be. If they can't deal with you, then deal with me. Zhao Yinqing said. Princess Anfu said, Don't worry, father. With your daughter here, no one can assassinate you. Nonsense. Zhao Yinqing was furious. Chapter 39:12. It was obvious that he did not take you, the Great, seriously. The divine monk Dinru was still fine. After all, he was not a member of the royal family. As a divine monk, he did not want to kill people in war. He was compassionate and wanted to solve the suffering of the world. It was understandable. However, Anfu made him unhappy. She clearly had the ability to assassinate those generals. The military strength of the other countries would definitely be damaged. Their morale would also be damaged. This was an opportunity for you the Great. He could win consecutive victories and have the chance to become a number one among the 4 countries. It was a pity that he missed such a great opportunity. Your Majesty, don't blame Anfu. Her master has spoken. What can she do? Is she pretending to agree, but disobeying, or just not listening? Chang Shuhua shook her head and smiled. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the divine monk. Zhao Yinqing scoffed. No matter how much he complained about Chu Li, he could not say much. After all, truly save his life more than once. Therefore, there was nothing he could say, no matter how big the matter was. Princess Anfu said, "Father, Master has already set the purpose of Rui Temple, to eliminate war." Sigh. Zhao Yinqing shook his head and said, "This is digging our own grave. Who in the world can kill Master?" Princess Anfu scoffed proudly. "Arrogant." Zhao Yinqing scoffed. Chang Shuhua said, "Anfu, not many people know that you did it now, so they can still be calm. When they know, will they still allow you to be so presumptuous and provoke them? That will depend on their ability." Princess Anfu said, "In this world, the strong are respected. As long as their martial arts skills are good enough, or their strength is strong enough, then they have the weight to speak. You." Chang Shuhua shook her head and said, "Have you thought about it? The divine monk is indeed powerful, but what if he is no longer here? You're the only one left. What will you do then?" "I will learn all of Master's skills," Princess Anfu said. "Arrogant." Zhao Yinqing curled his lips. Princess Anfu said, "Father, mother, don't worry. Master's knowledge is unfathomable, but I am not weak now. It is enough to deal with the rest." As they spoke, footsteps came from outside. "Gu Yuanhe, what is it?" Princess Anfu asked. Through her ears, she seemed to have seen Gu Yuanhe standing outside with her own eyes. "Your Highness, Commander Deng is outside asking to see His Majesty," Gu Yuanhe said respectfully. "He said he has urgent news." "Let him come over," Zhao Yinqing said in a low voice. "Yes." Gu Yuanhe quietly retreated. Princess and Fu snorted. Nothing good will come out of Deng Yu's visit. Those guys might have figured out the truth and are preparing to take revenge. Zhao Yinqing glared at her. Princess and Fu laughed. All right, I was just thinking that I didn't have the chance to use all the skills I've learned." Just as Zhao Yinqing snorted and was about to speak, Princess Anfu beat him to it. "Arrogant." "I know, Imperial Father. I was too arrogant. I can't look down on the heroes of the world." "It's good that you know." Zhao Yinqing snorted. Chang Shuhua said, "Anfu, you are a girl. You can't just blindly fight and kill. You still want to get married. Do you have a husband in mind?" "Mother, it's still early." Princess Anfu hurriedly said. Deng Yu strode in and bowed with cupped fists. "Your subject greets your Majesty, Your Highness." Zhao Yinqing waved his hand. "What's the urgent matter?" "Your Majesty, dozens of assassins have entered our DU," Deng Yu said in a low voice. "They are coming for the capital. Your subject asks Your Majesty to decide if we should intercept them in advance." "Dozens? How many are there?" Zhao Yinqing said coldly. As he spoke, he glared at Princess Anfu. "Your Majesty, there are 93, Deng Yu said. Zhao Yinqing said, "Which side are they from?" "De Kuan is 20, De Shuo is 40, and De Ning is 33, Deng Yu said. Zhao Yinqing paced with his hands behind his back and snorted. "De Kuan is also here to join in the fun." Princess and Fu said, "They are also afraid. They are all here for you." Zhao Yinqing glared at her. Princess and Fu smiled and said, "Maybe they are here for Master." "All right, then let me see how Master will deal with this. If you can't even deal with this wave, it's best that you stop the grand ambition as soon as possible," Zhao Yinqing said. "Then Imperial Father, just watch the show." Princess and Fu smiled. Zhao Yinqing looked at Deng Yu. "Monitor them, but don't alarm them." "Yes." Deng Yu cupped his fists. "Go." Zhao Yinqing waved his hand. Deng Yu respectfully retreated and left the Imperial Garden. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The capital was particularly noisy at night, brightly lit as if it was a city that never sleeps. The streets outside the Rui Monastery were bustling with people and carriages, making the place even livelier than it was during the day. The Rui Monastery was quietly entrenched like a silent beast. There was no light in the temple. It was quiet, as though no one was there. 24 middle-aged men suddenly rushed out of the crowd and ran toward Rui Temple. Some of them were carrying poles, while others were pushing carts. The poles and carts were accompanied by wooden buckets. They opened the wooden buckets, lifted them, and threw them at Rui Temple. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a strange loud sound. A faint light screen suddenly appeared outside Rui Temple. It was like a round glass cover flashing, and then it disappeared. The wooden buckets that were flying toward Rui Temple suddenly flew backward and landed in front of the 24 middle-aged men. The oil in the buckets splattered everywhere, and the smell was pungent. They dodged in a sorry state, which was why they were not stained by the oil. 30 middle-aged men rushed out from the darkness and directly rushed toward Rui Temple, wanting to climb over the wall. Bang, 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 bang. Muffled sounds rang out continuously. Before they could touch the wall, they were sent flying by an invisible force, just like the wooden buckets from before. Shoot! An angry roar came from the darkness. Following that, crossbows shot from all directions toward Rui Temple. The sky was covered by a rain of swords, once again activating the glass-like light. After a flash, the crossbow arrows also flew backward, shooting at the 24 middle-aged men standing behind the oil buckets. They hurriedly dodged again, but the crossbow arrows were too fast. They could not dodge in time. Some were shot away, and some fell to the ground. They groaned, but they did not scream. However, this had already attracted the attention of the surrounding people. They stood far away to watch, either leaning against the wall or simply climbing to the top of the wall to get a clear view. There were no tall buildings around because it was close to the palace. The crowd discussed from time to time as they watched the commotion. They were not afraid of the commotion and did not feel that it was dangerous at all. This is Rui Temple. How did they offend these powerful people? First, they poured oil on the temple, then they burned it down. If that didn't work, they barged in. Now that barging in doesn't work, they're using crossbows to attack. It's really one after another, and every move is vicious. The divine monk is merciful. How did he offend so many people? Who knows? From the looks of it, it doesn't look like an ordinary grudge. Amitba. Suddenly, there was a Buddhist chant. Chuli appeared in the sky above Rui Temple. He stood in the air, and his gray monk robe slowly fluttered as if he had absorbed the moonlight, bathing his body in a gentle light. In particular, there was a halo behind his head, which was even brighter. The surrounding people were shocked and suddenly knelt on the ground. Chapter 39:13. The ground was densely packed with people kneeling. Only 200 or so people remained standing, not kneeling. Chu Li's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone felt as if they had been seen through, as if he was specifically staring at them. They felt inexplicably guilty and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. As long as one was human, it was impossible for one to act openly and with a clear conscience. In the depths of one's heart, there would always be some dark thoughts. Chu Li's gaze was like the blazing sun, wanting to melt away all these thoughts in an instant. Amitba. Chu Li chanted the name of Buddha again. The sound of the Buddha's name was like the evening drum and morning bell, cleansing all the dark thoughts. Suddenly, one's heart was filled with light, tranquil and peaceful. Inexplicably, a smile would appear on one's face, and one's body would feel warm as if one was immersed in a hot spring. Another 100 or so people knelt on the ground. The remaining 122 people remained standing, staring straight at Chu Li. Their bodies were tense and filled with murderous intent. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. I shall help you today, Amitba. This Buddha's name was gentle, and the people kneeling on the ground straightened their bodies, their expression solemn. They involuntarily put their palms together and chanted the name, me. Foe. The orderly chanting of the Buddha was solemn and sacred, resounding through the night sky. The night was as cold as water, and the moonlight was like frost. The surroundings of Rui Temple were peaceful and serene. Everyone was immersed in a strange aura, and they didn't wake up for a long time. When she woke up, she realized that Chu Li had already disappeared. The Rui Temple was still quiet and silent. There were already 122 people lying on the ground, all of them facing the sky with smiles on their faces. Their expressions were peaceful and joyful, as if they were having a sweet dream. Seeing this, people couldn't help but smile. A young man pushed the middle-aged man beside him out of curiosity. Wake up! Wake up! Why are you sleeping? His expression suddenly changed. He withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted and retreated as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. "What's wrong?" His companion, who was also a young man, asked him with a smile. "Look at how scared you are. Did you meet a ghost?" "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." The young man hurriedly shook his head, his expression unsightly. "What's wrong?" His companion laughed. "Go and touch it. Let's touch then." In front of everyone's eyes, the other young man proudly took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to push. Then, his expression changed, and his hand touched the young man's nose and neck. Everyone stared at him. "He's dead," the young man said with an ugly expression. He shook his hand, trying to get rid of the bad luck. Everyone looked at the other middle-aged men lying on the ground, smiling. At this moment, they could all see that these middle-aged men were wearing the same clothes. They were obviously a group of people. Could it be that they're all dead? Another youth stood out and said loudly, "This is too shocking. How could so many people die in one go?" As he spoke, he looked at the 2 middle-aged men lying on the ground. Then he got up and shook his head. "They are indeed dead. Who did this?" Someone whispered. "Who else?" They all looked at the Rui temple, which was shrouded in moonlight. The Rui temple was pitch black, like a ferocious beast entrenched in the darkness, ready to pounce and devour everything at any time. They could not help but feel apprehensive and wary, involuntarily taking a step back. "This divine monk Ding Ru is very powerful." "Let's go," someone said softly, then hurriedly left. Everyone left in silence. More than 120 corpses were lying on the ground with peaceful smiles on their faces. This scene was eerie no matter how one looked at it. They felt an inexplicable chill and hurried away, afraid that they would be the one left behind. In the blink of an eye, the area in front of the Rui temple was empty. There was no one left standing. Then, a group of soldiers approached in an orderly manner and moved the corpses away in the blink of an eye. Then, the area in front of the Rui temple was restored to peace. However, the people who came and went in the surroundings had consciously distanced themselves, not daring to approach. The image of the Rui temple in their eyes had changed, and this divine monk Ding Ru had become more mysterious. As a monk, he was so cruel in his actions, killing more than 100 people with a wave of his hand. It was beyond imagination. This went against the image of a merciful monk in their eyes. Therefore, the rumors about the demon monk Ding Ru became more rampant. Everyone believed it, and felt that Chu Li was not a divine monk. A divine monk would not be so ruthless and kill more than 100 people in one go. Later on, the rumors became more and more outrageous. The demon monk Ding Ru killed more than 1,000 people with a wave of his hand. His expression did not change, and no one was able to resist. This was not something that could be achieved by martial arts. It was real sorcery. As for the so-called supernatural powers, they were merely demonic arts in disguise. They appeared to be profound and unfathomable, but one saved while the other harmed. Although the capital was large, with the presence of the demonic monk Ding Ru, it was extremely unstable. If he suddenly killed people, who could stop him? Even the emperor would not be able to stop him. Everyone was anxious, as if they were in front of a beast and could be devoured at any time. They did not want to entrust their lives to someone else's kindness, so they wanted to expel this demon monk Ding Ru. There were more and more memorials to impeach Chu Li in the imperial court, and they piled up like a mountain. However, Zhao Yinxing did not publish them, which made the officials even more dissatisfied. They felt that the emperor was bewitched by sorcery, so they wanted to expel the demon monk Ding Ru. After Chu Li displayed his powerful strength, they became more afraid of him, but they were more lenient in dealing with him. Originally, the memorials of the officials were to kill this monk to warn the demons and spirits of the world. Later, the memorials were to expel him from the capital, and he was not allowed to step into the capital. Otherwise, the people of the world would kill him. In the end, they only asked him to leave the capital and did not mention killing him. Zhao Yinxing and Su Changfeng were discussing in the prime announcement hall. The bright sunlight shone on the hall, and the light in the hall was gentle. However, Zhao Yinqing's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, Minister Su, the trend of the imperial court is not right. As the head of the officials, it's time for you to step in. Su Changfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, the people are in a panic now, and it's useless for me to say anything. The plan now is to let the divine monk leave the capital and hide. As long as he survives this, things will naturally calm down. Nonsense. How dare you say that you want to expel the divine monk from the capital because of rumors? Zhao Yinqing said angrily. These officials of mine are really disappointing. They just listen to rumors and believe it. It's because the divine monk is too cruel, and he scared them, Su Changfeng said. Zhao Yinqing said, Are we supposed to be merciful to the assassins who came to kill us? Let them assassinate us again? Well, we have to kill them, but not all of them. The key is that they were killed too easily. Su Changfeng shook his head. It's too shocking to kill 123 people in the blink of an eye. Although it intimidated the small fry, it also scared the officials. Naturally, they will feel disgusted and want to expel the divine monk. They will feel that the farther they are from him, the safer they will be. Even Buddha has the glaring eyes of Vajra. Zhao Yinqing scoffed. It's really pedantic to insist on being merciful. Your Majesty, Deng Yu requests an audience. A servant reported from outside. Let him in, Zhao Yinqing said. Deng Yu strode in and gave a fist salute. Your Majesty, Elder Su, I've received secret news that De Kuan, De Shuo, and De Ning have each lost a prince. Zhao Yinqing frowned. Deng Yu said they died silently, and they all died with a smile. It's the same way they died outside Rui Temple. Chapter 39:14. In that case, it was Grandmaster's doing. Zhao Yinqing said. Deng Yu said, Of course there's no evidence. No one saw it, but judging from the way these people died, and how they died without anyone knowing, I'm afraid there's no one else in the world who could do this except for Grandmaster. Don't tell me someone won't frame Grandmaster? Zhao Yinqing snorted. Deng Yu smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, in this world, I'm afraid only Grandmaster has this kind of magical power. Even if others wanted to frame Grandmaster, they wouldn't have the means to do so. That might not be the case. Zhao Yinqing shook his head and said, The Heaven-Mending Tower can do it. They are everywhere, and if they want to retaliate against the Great Master, in a situation where they can't assassinate him, it is also possible for them to take action at the same time and frame the Great Master. Deng Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. That's indeed a possibility. In theory, this was the case. However, there was a limit to how powerful Heaven-Mending Tower's assassins could be. No matter how powerful they were, it was impossible for them to silently kill a prince. If that was the case, Heaven-Mending Tower would have dominated the world a long time ago. How could they have ended up like this? Zhao Yinqing said, The Heaven-Mending Pavilion might have found a strange poison. After being poisoned, one would smile and then die without a sound. Their method of poisoning was very powerful, so no one discovered it. Su Changfeng shook his head, unable to continue listening. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Your Majesty, it is not easy to poison a prince. It is not as difficult as assassination. What if this poison is colorless and odorless? Zhao Yinqing snorted. Su Changfeng hesitated and nodded slowly. If there really is such a strange poison, then it's possible. Deng Yu said, Your Majesty, if there really is such a strange poison, then it might not be the work of the Heaven-Mending House. It could be any other force. That would be troublesome, so we must also be careful. In reality, he was certain that this was Chu Li's doing. However, since the emperor had made such an excuse, he would not point it out tactfully. He could not help but shake his head when he saw Su Changfeng's hesitant expression. Su Changfeng said, Your Majesty, if there really is a strange poison, the lives of the princes, they want to frame Grandmaster, so they naturally won't do it, Zhao Yinqing said. That's right. Deng Yu quickly nodded, causing Su Changfeng to look at him with disdain and mockery. Su Changfeng said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Since that's the case, why don't we ask Grandmaster in person? A monk would never lie. Given Ding Ru's character, he would definitely admit to it if he really did it. Once he did it, the officials in the imperial court would be even more intolerant of him staying in the capital, and even the emperor wouldn't be able to suppress him. This could be considered as breaking the taboos and tacit understanding of the various countries. No matter how fierce the conflict between two countries was, it would not endanger the safety of the royal descendants. Otherwise, once this bad precedent was set, all the people of the Renhuang clan would not be able to live in peace. Gu Yuanhe, calling Fu over. Zhao Yinqing said. Yes, Gu Yuanhe replied, and left the Xianyuan palace. After a while, Princess Anfu arrived at the main hall and said lazily, Imperial Father, I was just taking a nap. What's the matter? Dengyu, Zhao Yinqing said. Dengyu hurriedly bowed and explained the situation. What relief. Princess Anfu beamed with joy. This is Master's warning them. If they act foolishly again, it won't be just your highness who will die. It will be them. This is pure nonsense, Zhao Yinqing said in a deep voice. Do you think the emperors of the various countries will accept this threat? Of course, Princess Anfu said with a smile. Zhao Yinqing said, this will only thoroughly anger the three of them, and they will madly retaliate. It's even possible that the three countries will unite and destroy us first. If they can't do anything to Grandmaster, they can't do anything to us. Then let's give it a try. Princess Anfu tilted her head and said disapprovingly. Zhao Yinqing said with a solemn expression, was it really Grandmaster's doing? Once Master becomes ruthless, he won't be lenient. Princess Anfu said, I dare to conclude that it was Master's doing. Alas! Zhao Yinqing shook his head and sighed. He inwardly rejoiced that Anfu had become Grandmaster's disciple. Otherwise, it would be a big problem if there was a conflict with Grandmaster. Now that Anfu was Grandmaster's successor, he didn't have to worry about anything else. As they were speaking, a guard's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, Commander Deng's subordinates are anxiously looking for him. Go take a look. Zhao Yinqing waved his hand. Deng Yu cupped his fists and bowed, then left the hall. After a while, he retreated and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, another 3 groups of people have arrived in the capital. There are more people than the last time, and they are also more elite. They are all experienced warriors who have been through hundreds of battles. They have been sent as suicide soldiers. Are they targeting Grandmaster? Zhao Yinqing asked. Deng Yu said, They are already near Rui Temple and have surrounded them. This subject has already warned that we can't act rashly. Princess Anfu said excitedly, I'll go and take a look. Anfu, stay here. Zhao Yinqing said, Aren't you afraid that they are luring the tiger away from the mountain? Princess Anfu was startled. The excitement on her face faded, and she sighed. We really can't not be on guard. Your Majesty, this subject will go and take a look. Deng Yu cupped his fists and lightly retreated. However, he quickly returned and entered the hall, cupped his fists, and said, Your Majesty, this subject just received news that 2 more princes have died. Died again? Zhao Yinqing frowned. Deng Yu said, Great Shaw, Great Koan, and Great Ning have each lost 2 princes, but they are still smiling. It seems that Grandmaster has not given up, but I wonder if he will continue killing. That's because Master saw them, and they sent assassins again. Princess Anfu said disapprovingly. But Deng Yu hesitated. Logically, the assassins had just been seen here, and someone had died there. The timing did not match. Princess Anfu looked at Zhao Yinqing. Zhao Yinqing sighed. It seems that Grandmaster really did it. He knew that Chu Li had the ability to move through the void. Now that Princess Anfu had mastered it, Grandmaster Ding Ru could only move even faster. When he saw the assassins outside Rui Temple, he immediately took action and assassinated 2 princes. Meanwhile, Deng Yu's information was delivered through a special technique, and it could be delivered in just an hour. Of course, he had to pay a huge price, but such important information had to be delivered even if he had to pay the price. Princess Anfu said, Let's see if they still dare to assassinate us this time. Deng Yu said, If Grandmaster was in the temple, these assassins would not have been able to escape. Princess Anfu scoffed. Master is not so pedantic. He still kept them alive, so he must have killed them. Dengyu said, I will go and take a look. He hurried out again, and soon returned with a fist salute. Your Majesty, it is indeed as we expected. There are corpses lying outside Rui Temple again. None of the 500 assassins were spared. His expression was complicated. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, seeing the 500 corpses smiling gave him goosebumps. Sigh, Zhao Yinxing said. It seems that I will have to personally go to Rui Temple. Then go. I will follow father, Princess Anfu said. Let's go, Zhao Yinxing said in a low voice. Gu Yuanhe, Su Changfeng, and Deng Yu followed closely behind. They did not advise him to be cautious and not leave the palace easily. With Princess Anfu around, they were not worried about Zhao Yinxing's safety. Chapter 39:15. Master, Princess Anfu called out softly and took a step forward to Chu Li. Chu Li nodded and pressed his palms together as he smiled at Zhao Yinxing. Your Majesty, please. All right, I haven't been here for a long time. Zhao Yinxing smiled. He brought Su Changfeng and Deng Yu, with Gu Yuanhe following closely behind. The group stepped through the main gate of Rui Temple. As soon as they stepped through the gate, everyone felt the scene before them change. It was as if they had arrived at another world. It was quiet and serene. Their surroundings were quiet, and faint sounds of Sanskrit could be heard. Their surroundings became relaxed and peaceful. Zhao Yinxing looked around and sighed. This place looks more and more like a Buddhist holy land. Chu Li smiled. I've put your Majesty in a difficult position. Sigh. Zhao Yinxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are you trying to do, Master? Chu Li said, I know this goes against the general trend of the world, but I can't bear to see people suffer. I can only try my best. Rui Temple will always adhere to this principle. You want to suppress the world with the power of a temple? Zhao Yinxing said, It's not that I'm looking down on you. You are omnipotent. If you can do it, what about the person behind you? Can he also suppress the world? How arrogant was it to fight against the world with one's power? Throughout history, no one could do this no matter how great they were. Chu Li said, After me is Anfu. She has excellent aptitude and learns quickly. I believe she will soon be able to stand on her own. When that time comes, I can retire in peace and no longer care about worldly affairs. Anfu. Zhao Yinxing looked at the smiling Princess Anfu and sighed. She worshipped the wrong person as her master. She used to be carefree, but now she has such a heavy burden on her shoulders. Chu Li said, That depends on her choice. She can change her mind before I retire. Princess Anfu said, How can I change my mind when it's such a good deed? Don't worry, Master. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Zhao Yinxing glared at her and scoffed. Good deed is good, but are you as capable as the Master? Can you stop the whole world by yourself? Princess Anfu scoffed. Father, you're underestimating me. Chu Li said, Please forgive me for being stubborn this time, Your Majesty. Sigh. Zhao Yinxing shook his head and sighed. Su Changfeng said in a deep voice, Great Master, there's one thing I do not understand. Almsgiver Su, please speak, Chu Li said. Su Changfeng said, Doesn't Great Master need to abide by the precepts? Chu Li said, The Buddhist precepts are a shortcut to enlightenment. I've already gained enlightenment, so naturally I've already transcended the precepts. There's no need for me to cling to them. I can move around freely. In that case, Grandmaster can kill people at will? Su Changfeng asked. Chu Li said, Although it said that monks are compassionate, there are some who will commit all sorts of evil. If we can't change them, we can only subdue them. Aren't you afraid of incurring public wrath by massacring like this? Su Changfeng asked in a deep voice. Chu Li smiled. The hands of these assassins are stained with the blood of innocent people. I can hide from them, but even if I can hide from them, how can the innocent people hide from them? There are countless evil people in the world. Are you going to kill all of them? Su Changfeng asked. Chu Li said, There's a limit to what I can do. Suppressing evil and not starting a war is already my limit. I can't do more. Forget it. Zhao Yinqing waved his hand and said, "Great master, go ahead and do it." Chu Li pressed his palms together. "Thank you, your majesty." Su Changfeng panicked, agreeing to it like this was no different from binding his own hands and feet. He clearly had a powerful weapon and could dominate the world, but he had to cripple his own martial arts and bind his own hands and feet. This was the most foolish thing to do. The appearance of Master Dingru was an opportunity that you the Great did not have, and the unification of the world was within reach. However, once His Majesty agreed to it, it was tantamount to cutting off this opportunity, and he would also lose the chance to become a famous subject. Zhao Yinqing glanced at Su Changfeng and said, "Dear Su, there's no need to discuss this anymore. Also, get those who are remonstrating to restrain themselves. They're always making groundless accusations and causing trouble." "Yes." Su Changfeng slowly nodded. Once Zhao Yinqing's decision was made, it was impossible to change it. As a subject, he could only obey. "All right, all of you may leave." Zhao Yinqing waved his hand. "I have a few words to say to the great master." "Father," Princess Anfu hurriedly said. "You go too. Wait for me outside the temple," Zhao Yinqing said. "All right," Princess Anfu said. Only Chu Li and Zhao Yinqing were left in the temple. Chu Li smiled. "Thank you, your majesty. You don't have to do this, great master. My life was saved by the great master. Just treat it as repayment." Zhao Yinqing smiled. "Moreover, I'm not losing anything. The great master will eventually retire." Chu Li said, "It seems that your majesty really has the ambition to unify the world. As an emperor, who doesn't have the same thought?" Zhao Yinqing said. Chu Li nodded. "I understand your majesty's plan. As long as your majesty doesn't start a war and unify the world, I have nothing to say." Zhao Yinqing said, "If the world can be unified, the great master will be the main contributor." Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Zhao Yinqing sighed. "Although Anfu's martial arts is strong, her heart is too pure. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for her to shoulder such a great responsibility." Chu Li said, "It's a good thing for people who practice martial arts to have a pure heart. Moreover, once you're strong enough, all conspiracies and schemes are useless. Your majesty need not worry about this. After I retire, she'll be able to suppress the world." "That's good." Zhao Yinqing nodded slowly, his eyes shining. It was as if he could see himself becoming an emperor. Although this emperor was different from ordinary emperors and did not have as much power, it was enough compared to you the Great. "Great master, then I shall take my leave." Zhao Yinqing pressed his palms together. Chu Li sent him off. The following half a month was peaceful. The Shuo, De Kuan, and De Ning seemed to be intimidated by Chu Li and did not dare to send any more assassins. The border also calmed down. The original small-scale fighting disappeared, and the whole world became peaceful. However, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. The undercurrents were surging. Another half a month later, the capital became lively. The Shuo, De Kuan, and De Ning all sent envoys. These envoys were led by the crown prince, and the standard of these envoys far exceeded that of ordinary diplomatic groups. When they arrived at Yu the Great's capital, the first thing they did was to go to Ru-Yi Temple. The three groups clearly had an agreement. They would arrive at the capital together and go to Ru-Yi Temple together. However, Ru-Yi Temple was closed, and Chu Li was in seclusion. The crown princes of the Shuo, De Kuan, and De Ning stood in front of Ru-Yi Temple and waited for an entire day. From morning until evening, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, they did not leave and insisted on seeing Chu Li. However, Ru-Yi Temple remained closed, and Princess Anfu was missing. She was in seclusion somewhere. Thus, the entire capital kept an eye on this place. From time to time, news would spread, and Zhao Yinqing in the imperial palace would occasionally receive news of their movements. Su Changfeng and the four old officials accompanied Zhao Yinqing in the primary announcement hall to discuss matters. "Your Majesty, what do they want?" Su Changfeng frowned. "Why do they insist on seeing Dingru, the divine monk?" Zhao Yinqing shook his head. The four old officials also fell silent. After a while, a sickly old man with grizzled eyebrows and a sallow face slowly said, Your Majesty, this old subject has a guess. Elder Zhong, please speak, Zhao Yinqing said. Zhong Qingli stroked his beard and slowly said, they might want to acknowledge him as their master. Chapter 39:16. Master? Impossible. Su Changfeng was shocked. The rest of the people's eyes flickered as they pondered. Zhao Yinqing stood up and paced with his hands behind his back. This is a good move. Zhong Qingli stroked his beard and said, this is just my speculation. Whether it is true or not depends on the future. However, they must have great ambitions to be able to stand outside the Rui Temple for a day. Su Changfeng said, Your Majesty, we must not let them join the Rui Temple. He was also intelligent and experienced. He had not thought of it before, but now that Zhong Qingli had pointed it out, he immediately understood. Once the three crown princes entered the Rui Temple, even if their status could not be compared to Princess Anfu, Grandmaster Dingru would definitely be wary of them. Moreover, the actions of the three indicated that they would pursue peaceful coexistence and would no longer start a war. This could also be considered a disguised form of surrender and taking them as hostages. In this way, Yu the Great's transcendence and dominance would be stopped. The plans of the emperor and the ministers would also be disrupted. It would be even more difficult to unify the world. Zhao Yinqing nodded solemnly. Zhong Qingli said, Your Majesty, can you convince Master Dingru? What if he really wants to accept disciples? Su Changfeng said in a deep voice, After all, the Master is from Yu the Great. Zhong Qingli said, In my opinion, Master Dingru has a grand wish to save all living beings. How can he only save one country and one city? Will the Master accept them? Su Changfeng asked. Zhong Qingli nodded slowly with a solemn expression. He looked up at Zhao Yinqing. Your Majesty, do you have a solution? Your Majesty, I will go to the Rui Temple. Su Changfeng cupped his fists. Zhao Yinqing waved his hand. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Your Majesty, Su Changfeng hurriedly said, if Master Dingru really accepts them, it will be too late for regrets. Zhao Yinqing said, I know. My dear ministers, you may leave. Your Majesty, Su Changfeng said earnestly, you have to plan ahead of time to prevent Master Dingru from agreeing. I know. Zhao Yinqing waved his hand. Zhong Qingli and the other old men slowly walked out of the palace. Su Changfeng was the last one to leave the imperial palace. When he walked out of the palace, he saw Zhong Qingli waiting for him at the entrance. Elder Zhong, Su Changfeng cupped his fists. Although he was the head of the ministers, he was also promoted by Zhong Qingli, so he was very respectful. Zhong Qingli said, let's go. Su Changfeng and Zhong Qingli walked forward. Standing outside the gates of the imperial palace, one could see the Rui Temple. It was about 200 meters away, and there was no barrier in between. At that moment, there were three middle-aged men standing in front of the Rui Temple. Not far away stood a group of guards. They stood motionless, like statues under the setting sun. Yeah. Zhong Qingli let out a long sigh. Su Changfeng smiled and said, Since when has our Yu the Great been so revered by others? We can hold our heads high. Shaking his head, Zhong Qingli sighed. The strength of a single person is equivalent to the strength of several countries. It's a disaster, not a blessing. Elder Zhong, are you worried that the great master will betray us? Su Changfeng asked. Zhong Qingli said, since he has a sharp weapon, his killing intent will be aroused. Can this divine monk restrain his nature? Don't worry about that, old Zhong. Su Changfeng said, the divine monk Dingru really has the world in his heart. He wants to quell the disputes of the world. From now on, there will be no more wars, and everything will be settled through negotiation. Zhong Qingli shook his head. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. No one can avoid conflicts of interest. Even if the Buddha is reborn, he will not be able to eliminate this human nature. Unless he can suppress the world forever, the moment he loses his control, wars will resume. Su Changfeng nodded. Zhong Qingli said, his lifespan will be longer, right? Su Changfeng frowned. The great master is so resourceful. He must have a longer lifespan. Zhong Qingli had a worried look on his face as he sighed again. As they spoke, the main gate of the Rui Temple suddenly opened with a squeak. Chu Li, dressed in a gray robe, walked out of the gate and came before 3 middle-aged men. These 3 men were the crown princes of Great Shuo, Great Kuan, and Great Ning. Chu Li pressed his palms together and said slowly, 3 crown princes, I want to stop all wars in the world. If there are disputes between countries, they should be settled through negotiation. War is not allowed. Does Great Shuo, Great Kuan, and Great Ning agree? Divine Monk, we agree. A handsome middle-aged man closed fists saluted and said in a deep voice, Divine Monk, how can I let you down? Great Ning will abide by this rule. If there are any disputes, we will not start a war. Chu Li pressed his palms together. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Another middle-aged man with a rough face said, Great Shuo agrees too. Great Kuan agrees too. The last middle-aged man, closed fist saluted. However, Divine Monk, there is something I don't understand. If there is a dispute, how can it be resolved without violence? Chu Li said, Each country will send 1 person, including my disciple. The 5 of them will work together to resolve the dispute. The minority will obey the majority. If 3 people agree, it will be carried out. Divine Monk, you are wise. The 3 looked at each other and pressed their palms together. In this way, if the 3 countries worked together, it would be enough to suppress you the Great. You the Great would not have to be the only one in power. Chu Li pressed his palms together. If that's the case, I thank all of you. I am very grateful. Divine Monk, you are too kind. The 3 of them pressed their palms together in return. Chu Li raised his voice. Where is Enfu? His voice was melodious and slowly spread out. It was condensed and did not dissipate. Princess Enfu, who was cultivating in the palace, heard it and shouted, Master! Her voice also slowly floated out and echoed in the sunset, resounding in everyone's ears. Then, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Princess Enfu was already standing in front of Rui Temple in a tight outfit. She closed fist saluted. Master, Chu Li said, Enfu, I'm leaving. He glanced at Zhao Zhenghe and his wife who were rushing over and smiled. Both of you can often come to Rui Temple to cultivate from now on. Thank you, Master. Zhao Zhenghe and his wife bowed. Princess Enfu was surprised. Master, where are we going? Chu Li pointed to the sky. The sunset filled the sky. There was only a sliver of the sun that could sink into the mountains at any time. The entire capital was bathed in the magnificent sunset. Princess Enfu said, Master, so soon? Chu Li said, I came with a wish and left with a wish. It's time to go. Master, why don't you stay for a few more days? Princess Enfu hurriedly said, I'm still far from it. Chu Li smiled. Although your cultivation is not perfect, it's enough for you to do things. You must not be complacent because of this. You must be more courageous and diligent. Don't forget to find the next successor. Don't cut off the inheritance of Rui Temple. Don't worry, Master. I understand. Princess Enfu nodded vigorously. At this moment, a golden gate suddenly appeared in the sky. It was extremely huge, as if it was several times bigger than the entire capital. It could completely envelop the capital. The golden gate seemed solid, and the patterns on it could be seen clearly. The emperor has arrived. Gu Yuanhe's voice rang out. Zhao Yanqing and Chang Shuhua strode over. The protectors around them had already consciously blocked the onlookers. Chu Li's feet were already floating in the air, and he was a foot above the ground. The light behind his head had become clearer and brighter, as if a bright moon was hanging behind his head, shining with clear light. Master, Zhao Yanqing hurriedly pressed his palms together. What are you doing? Chapter 39:17. Master, where are you going? He looked up at the approaching golden door with a solemn expression. Don't tell me you're going to ascend to the sky. Chu Li nodded slowly. Yes, my vow has been fulfilled. It's time to leave this world. I haven't listened to your wonderful teachings. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Zhao Yanqing said, I can't bear to leave. Chu Li said, Heaven and earth are impermanent. Fate gathers and fates come and go. My fate with your majesty has not ended. Anfu will protect your majesty for me. As he spoke, he looked at Princess Anfu and sighed. Your majesty, please don't make things difficult for her. Master, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who disregards my family. Zhao Yinqing said in a low voice. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to thank your majesty, Anfu. Master. Princess Anfu took a step forward. Are you really leaving? Chu Li looked up at the golden door and said slowly, I don't have much time left. I'll leave this Rui temple to you. As he spoke, his left index finger gently touched the center of her eyebrows. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from her eyebrows and soared into the sky, turning into a white rainbow that formed a circular arc and landed on the Rui temple behind her. The Rui temple suddenly burst with splendor and golden light, forming a bowl-like golden cover that enveloped the Rui temple. The white rainbow that rushed out from her forehead and the golden light at first collided, but slowly, the golden light began to actively devour the white light. The golden light spread along the white rainbow and finally reached her forehead. The golden light that enveloped the Rui temple slowly dimmed and disappeared as if it had completely drilled into her forehead. However, as it disappeared, it suddenly shone so bright that everyone's eyes could not see anything. Umaba! Princess Anfu opened her eyes. Golden light shot out from her eyes as if they were solid. She bowed with pressed palms and said solemnly, Master, don't worry. I'll protect the Rui temple. Chu Li smiled. If the Rui temple is destroyed, the Rui temple will no longer be passed down. This is the will of heaven. There's no need to go against it. Yes. Princess Anfu nodded slowly. At this moment, everyone's eyes returned to normal. They discovered that Princess Anfu's temperament had changed greatly. The original lightness had turned into a heaviness, as if she had become one with Rui temple. She was quiet and distant, heavy and peaceful. The golden gate in the sky finally began to open, its golden light illuminating the entire capital. Everyone in the capital couldn't help but raise their heads. Bathed in the golden light, their minds instantly calmed, and they inexplicably felt a sense of pity. The many worries of life seemed to vanish, leaving only peace and tranquility. His mind suddenly detached itself from the mortal world and freed itself from worries. Faint chanting poured out of the gate of heaven, and golden lotuses slowly drifted out. For a moment, the entire capital was occupied by the golden lotuses, and people couldn't help but stretch out their hands to catch them. Unfortunately, when it came into contact with his palm, the golden lotus transformed into a streak of golden light and entered his palm before disappearing. Everyone was greatly disappointed. They never expected that the golden lotus wouldn't last long and couldn't be caught. However, they soon discovered that the illness within their bodies had already disappeared. Their bodies were full of vitality, as if they had new bodies. Those with strong bodies didn't feel much, as if they were refreshed after a good night's sleep. The feeling of weak bodies was more obvious, but those with illnesses felt more intense, as if they had been reborn. The circular light behind Chu Li's head gradually expanded from the size of his head to the size of his upper body, and then to the size of his entire body. His feet rose higher and higher off the ground, as if an invisible force was lifting him up. Amipa! Chu Li put his palms together and sat cross-legged in the void. The Buddhist chant was like a morning bell, resounding in every corner of the capital and reverberating in everyone's hearts. The golden lotuses that filled the sky immediately rushed below him. In the golden light, all the golden lotuses condensed, forming a lotus throne. He sat on a lotus throne and slowly floated up into the sky. The circular light behind him was like a bright moon hanging in the sky, reflecting his jade-like face and clear eyes. Everyone in the capital raised their heads to look, and the bustling capital was as quiet as ever. They could clearly see Chu Li's appearance, and they could even see every minute expression on his face. It was a strange feeling. He was clearly far away, but they could clearly see him, and they could never forget him. Chuli was lifted up by the golden lotuses until he arrived at the golden door. The golden door slowly opened, and there was only a swaying golden light behind the door. Faint Sanskrit chanting could be heard, clear and distant. Chuli stopped in front of the golden door and turned his head to look back. Everyone's eyes met his. Chuli put his palms together again, and then floated into the golden door. The golden door slowly closed and slowly disappeared into the void. After a long time, someone let out a long sigh, breaking the silence. Everyone held their necks, which had unknowingly become unbearably sore. Is that Divine Monk Ding Ru? Divine Monk Ding Ru, what a good one. What demonic monk? How can a demonic monk ascend? To ascend straight to the shore and transcend the world. This is the true supreme technique. Compliance Temple is the true sacred land of Buddhism. It's useless even if it's a sacred land of Buddhism. Divine Monk Ding Ru has already ascended. Even if he didn't ascend, he wouldn't take in disciples. He only took in Princess Anfu as a disciple. And I think there's also King Jing and Princess Consort. This is truly a supreme opportunity. Sai, we commoners don't have such an opportunity. It's better for us to live our lives honestly. I heard that Divine Monk Ding Ru suppressed all the generals in the world and dared not declare war again. Now that the Divine Monk has ascended, will he? This is really hard to say. At this point, everyone began to worry. It was better to be a dog in peace than a man in chaos. Even though they were far away from the border, if they really fought, the capital would also be affected. Zhao Yinqing withdrew his gaze and glanced at the other three princes thoughtfully. He suddenly became worried. The three princes had just agreed, and Master Ding Ru ascended. Times had changed, and Master Ding Ru could kill them like slaughtering chickens. But now, Master Ding Ru would not appear again. Everyone understood that Master Ding Ru had already ascended to the first heaven and would never return. Throughout history, no one had been able to return after ascending, so Master Ding Ru was no longer a threat. It was no different from moving a giant mountain. They must have heaved a sigh of relief and then become ecstatic. They felt that they could go back on their words and even wanted the three countries to join forces to destroy you the Great to vent their anger. He saw that the three princes had already come back to their senses and were looking at each other with burning eyes and irrepressible excitement. Zhao Yinqing's heart sank slightly. He knew that he was right. They would definitely go back on their words. He shifted his gaze and looked at Rui Temple. Under the moonlight, Rui Temple was like a giant sleeping beast, silent and motionless, blending into the night. It was hard to imagine what would happen to Rui Temple without Divine Monk Ding Ru. Even with you, the Great's protection, it might not be able to withstand the attacks of Great Sha, Great Kun, and Great Ning. Father, Princess Anfu said softly, I can't return to the palace. From today onwards, I will live in Rui Temple. How can that be? Chang Shuhua hurriedly said, Anfu, you're the only one left in Rui Temple. How can we be at ease? Princess Anfu chuckled. Her clear eyes swept across everyone present, and she said with a smile, From today onwards, I am the master of Rui Temple. Rui Temple is my residence, and Anfu Palace will occasionally return to stay there. Chapter 39:18. Sayu. Zhao Yinqing shook his head. Chang Shuhua wanted to persuade him again, but Zhao Yinqing gently pulled her back. Chang Shuhua said helplessly, All right, you're the temple master, but you can't always refuse to see Imperial Mother and Imperial Father. Mother, don't worry. I can go back to see you at any time. It's not that far away. Princess Anfu gently nodded. Her gaze shifted to the three crown princes, and she said with a smile, Your Highnesses, are you thinking about whether or not to renege on your previous promise? Our great Shua's words carry enormous weight. We absolutely won't go back on our word. Great Shua's crown prince, Yu Chenglong, said solemnly. Princess Anfu lightly nodded. The three crown princes think that this little girl doesn't have my master's cultivation, so it's not a big deal, right? After saying that, she shook her head and said, In order to not kill people like my master, I can only intimidate you guys first. Princess, please don't misunderstand. Yu Qinglong waved his hand and said, we have no intention of going back on our word. Also, I believe this Dakuin has no intention of going back on his word either, right? As he spoke, he smiled at the crown prince of Dakuin. The great Kuin crown prince, Meng Guangyao, was a boorish-looking middle-aged man. Speaking of which, he had to thank Princess Anfu. After defeating the 18th prince, Meng Guangzhao, the great Kuin crown prince, Meng Guangyao, was quickly appointed. If Meng Guangzhao had not suffered a great loss at the hands of Princess Anfu and lost Great Kuin's face, as well as displayed his impetuous and rash personality, Great Kuin's emperor would not have made the decision to appoint Meng Guangyao as crown prince. Therefore, if Meng Guangyao wanted to accept Princess Anfu's favor, he would probably still be on good terms with you the Great. Only De Ning and De Shuo would oppose you the Great. Now that things had become awkward, if he did not make such a straightforward promise, he would probably be in trouble. Yu Qinglong had already investigated Chu Li. It could be said that he was very resourceful and was comparable to a celestial being. His ascension this time also proved how powerful he was. Since ancient times, only 2 or 3 people had ascended. He had personally witnessed the ascension, and the shock he felt towards him could not be erased. His reverence towards the Rui Temple also deepened. He did not believe that Chu Li did not have any trump cards. Therefore, this Princess Anfu would definitely be able to suppress the 3 kingdoms. Jumping out now was no different from inviting humiliation. Thinking of this, he completely calmed down and decided to soften first. The good thing was that although Princess Anfu's martial arts were peerless, her mind was pure. She might still have a chance, far surpassing Monk Dingru. Meng Guangyao cupped his fists and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. There's no reason for me to go back on my words. Dakuin will definitely not start a war. Everything will be discussed and will not use the army." Very good. Princess Anfu revealed a smile. This way, I don't have to kill anyone. It couldn't be better. I'll send you guys back first. The real ones to discuss the matter are still the emperors of the various countries. As she spoke, she took a step to Meng Guangyao's side and placed her jade-like hands on his shoulders. Then, the 2 of them instantly disappeared. The surrounding people looked around but couldn't find their shadows. The next moment, Princess Anfu appeared in the same place again. She stepped in front of the Crown Prince of Danning, put her hand on his shoulder, and disappeared with him. Then, she reappeared in the next moment. "Wait a moment," Yu Qinglong hurriedly said. Princess Anfu's jade-like hand had already landed on his shoulder. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Even if he wanted to dodge, it would be too late. "I'm sending you back. Don't worry, I won't kill you." Princess Anfu blinked her big bright eyes. Yu Qinglong hurriedly said, "Your Highness, this little prince still has something to say." Princess Anfu smiled and said, "No need to say more. If you have anything to say, say it later. I'm going to close the temple now, so I don't have time to talk. Let's go." After she finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash, and Yu Qinglong also disappeared. The next moment, he found himself in a different environment. The surroundings were very familiar, so he couldn't help but look around. Then, he frowned and turned to look at Princess Anfu. "This is the Imperial Garden?" He finally recognized that this was the Imperial Garden of the Great Shuo Imperial Palace. At this moment, the Imperial Garden was very quiet. It was dinner time, so all the palace maids and Imperial concubines were eating dinner in their own halls. They wouldn't come here to stroll. After dinner, they would come out for a stroll to digest the food. Princess Anfu said, "This is your Imperial Garden. You can go back by yourself. I won't send you back to your Imperial residence." "This," Yu Qinglong said, "Your Highness, you're still giving us a show of strength." Princess Anfu snorted and said, "It's good that you understand. I hope I don't have to personally kill people. Let's see if you force me or not. If you obediently abide by the rules, I won't meddle in the affairs of the country. If you don't abide by the rules, then I can only do it on behalf of my master. Your Highness, don't worry. Our words carry enormous weight. We won't go back on our words." Yu Changlong said in a deep voice. That's good. Princess Anfu chuckled and said, then I'll take my leave. Eat your dinner. She waved her lily-white hand and suddenly disappeared. Yu Changlong's face was gloomy, and his eyes flickered. Your Highness, a palace maid suddenly cried out in surprise. Yes, where's Imperial Father? Yu Changlong said. He's eating at concubine He's place, the palace maid said in a low voice. Yu Changlong waved his hand and strode toward concubine He's palace. His face became even gloomier, and his heart sank. No wonder Monk Ding Ru killed people like it was child's play. Unknowingly, it was because of his magical power, the Buddhist divine feet. They could go anywhere they wanted with just a thought. To them, the imperial palace was even simpler than their own garden. Everyone's life was in their hands. Kill or not, it all depended on their mood. They couldn't resist. This feeling was truly painful and humiliating, but it was unimaginable. Princess Anfu appeared in the Deyu's imperial garden. Zhao Yinqing and Chang Shuhua were already waiting for her. How is it? Zhao Yinqing asked. Princess Anfu smiled and said, I've sent them back to the imperial garden. This time, they will be well-behaved. They won't despair and won't be well-behaved if they don't see their true abilities. Zhao Yinqing said, they won't be well-behaved so easily. You'll have to put in more effort in the future. Princess Anfu snorted and said, they're courting death if they're not well-behaved. Before Master left, he already taught me a secret technique. It's as easy as flipping my hand to take care of them. It's useless even if I have treasures. Don't worry, Imperial Father. But, Imperial Father, don't play any tricks. If the Deyu's army dares to make a move, I'll make a move too. Look at her, Zhao Yinqing said to Chang Shuhua impatiently. Chang Shuhua shook her head. You don't recognize your parents anymore after becoming a disciple of Master. Anfu, you're making me sad. Mother, Princess Anfu scoffed and said, anyway, I've promised Master and made an oath. I can't go against it. The Rui Temple is detached and independent. All right, we'll do as you say. Zhao Yinqing scoffed and said, it's time for dinner. I'll return to the temple after dinner, Princess Anfu said. After Chu Li floated through the golden door, his eyes were suddenly filled with golden light. He could not see anything clearly. His great circle mystical mirror had lost its effect. He could not sense anything except for the golden light that filled the sky. When he regained his senses, he realized that he had actually appeared in a golden pool. The golden pool water gently swayed as if it was molten gold swaying. The pool water carried him straight up to the surface. He was even sitting on a lotus seat that floated above the pool water. This place was actually a huge lotus pond. It was 100 meters in length and width. Although it was not considered big, it gave people a feeling of vastness. The snow-white lotus flowers swayed gently. It was shockingly beautiful. Chapter 39:19. The water of the golden pool supported the snow-white lotus seat. Traces of a strange force entered the lotus seat and then entered his body through it. Chu Li felt that his body was undergoing a strange change at an incredible speed. He felt the strange changes in his body while looking around. There were two people in the huge golden pool. One was a handsome, middle-aged monk who was meditating on the lotus with his eyes closed. His body was emitting a faint golden light, the same color as the golden pool, as if he was absorbing the energy of the golden pool. The last one was a beautiful nun with a face that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. She was not inferior to Chu Li's three women. Her temperament was as delicate as the snow-white lotus beneath her. There's also a faint golden light circulating around her body as she absorbed the energy of the golden pool. Chu Li was sitting on a lotus seat, which was formed by densely packed, snow-white lotuses. It was about the size of a bed, while the lotus the woman and the handsome middle-aged man were sitting on was the size of a cattail hassock, just enough to support them. The great circle, mystical mirror continued to expand outwards, looking around. The golden pool was located in a valley. The valley was covered in mist, like a fairyland. The situation outside the valley could not be seen clearly, but the inside of the valley was full of flowers, lush trees, and overflowing green. 6 strange round wheels flew around the valley, drawing strange arcs. Chuli stared at the round wheels. They were shaped like lotuses, snow-white and flawless, as if they were made of ice, but they were light and graceful. The round wheels had saw teeth, forming a cold light as they rotated. Anything that came into contact with them would be cut in half. In the middle of the round wheels was a lifelike lotus. When the round wheels rotated, it was as if a lotus was blooming. It was beautiful and moving, but when one saw the saw teeth with a cold light, one would feel fearful. Chuli frowned. He did not realize that these 6 round wheels were being controlled. It was as if they were rotating on their own, which was quite strange. The aura continuously drilled into his internal organs, purifying his body. He could clearly feel that he was becoming lighter. It was not an illusion, it was real. His body was indeed becoming lighter. With a thought, the lotus seat lifted him up gently. In this short period of time, he felt that the gravity was gradually weakening. It was as if he was in outer space. Without gravity, he was no longer bound. As the strange power purified his body became lighter and lighter, and the gravity became less and less. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. With a thought, the lotus seat carried him higher and higher. He was able to overlook the valley as he drilled into the clouds. Then, an invisible force suddenly surged over, covering the sky and covering the earth as it pressed down on him. He did not resist it forcefully. Instead, he followed the force and fell into the golden pool once again. At this moment, 2 handsome young monks suddenly appeared in the void, each of them standing on a lotus flower. They smiled and pressed their palms together. Amitabha. Chuli got up from his lotus seat and pressed his palms together. Amitabha. Congratulations, junior brother. The 2 handsome young monks spoke almost at the same time. They put their palms together and said, "This poor monk is Jing Kong, Jing Li." Chuli pressed his palms together and smiled. "I am Ding Ru." The 2 handsome youths shook their heads. Jing Kong said, "Junior brother, you came from the lower realms, right?" Chuli nodded. Monk Jing Kong said, "You reincarnated from the golden pool. So you are a disciple of our lotus flower sect. As a new disciple, I will bestow upon you the Dharma named Jing Ru." Chuli forced a smile. Jing Ru? The Jing generation is the newest generation. Jing Kong nodded and said, "Entering the golden pool from the lower realms is also your good luck. You have enough merit, so you can reincarnate in the golden pool and be reborn. Otherwise, you would have turned into dust the moment you stepped into this world." Chuli looked at the other 2. Jing Li said, "Junior brother Jing Ru, these 2 are the same as you. They ascended from the lower realms and also have a lot of merit and fortune. That's why they can enter the golden pool and become disciples of our lotus flower sect." Chuli said, "Senior brother Jing Li, everyone who ascends will come to the golden pool." How can there be such a wonderful thing?" Jing Li shook his head and said, "Only those who have a lot of merit and fortune will enter the golden pool and be reborn. Those who don't have enough merit and fortune will directly come into contact with this world. They will be immediately crushed by the world and reincarnated. However, to be able to directly reincarnate as a person of this world, it's considered good luck." Chuli looked thoughtful. "Then, will there be people who enter other places?" "There will." Jing Li said, "Some enter the golden pool, some enter the fortune pool, and some enter the 9 nether abyss. In any case, it depends on each person's merit and fortune. The 3 of you are lucky enough. Our lotus flower sect is the most gentle, unlike Fortune Gate and 9 nether cult, where the weak are prey to the strong." Jing Kong said, "Junior brother Jing Ru, once you step into the golden pool, you'll be a lotus flower sect's direct disciple. The golden pool's aura cannot be erased no matter what. Once you step into the golden pool, you will forever be a lotus flower sect disciple." Chuli slowly nodded. Originally, he thought he could be free, but now it seemed he had directly become a lotus flower sect disciple. Jing Kong and Jing Li's minds were protected by treasures. Rays of light circulated, blocking him from prying. The 2's bodies were like 2 clouds of mist, and their bodies were free from gravity. He looked down at himself and inwardly shook his head. He didn't bring anything up, and his body was empty. If he wanted to see this world, he could only go through the Lotus Flower sect. He also didn't know whether the Lotus Flower sect was evil or righteous. He didn't act blindly without thinking. If he acted rashly in a situation where he didn't know the ins and outs of the situation, the outcome would not be good. Moreover, looking at the two's cultivation, they far surpassed the current him. He could only plan slowly and settle down first. Amitabha. Jingli put his palms together and smiled at the beautiful nun who was slowly opening her eyes. Junior sister, this is the Lotus Flower sect's golden pool. From today onwards, Junior sister will be our Lotus Flower sect's direct disciple. I will bestow upon you the Dharma name Jing Shui. The beautiful nun frowned and said indifferently, I'm not a monk. I just cultivate a Buddhist mental cultivation method. You weren't a monk in the past, but you are now Junior Sister Jing Shui. Jingli smiled and said, Congratulations, Junior Sister Jing Shui. Your merit and fortune are deep, and you can enter the golden pool to reincarnate. You don't have to reincarnate from the beginning. Go through the mysteries of the womb and wash away all the memories of your previous life. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Wonder sect, not a Lotus Flower sect disciple. The beautiful nun said. Jingli smiled and said, The Heavenly Wonder sect is just a lower world. There is no Heavenly Wonder sect in this world. Also, entering the golden pool is a person who reincarnates. Your past life will be written off, so don't be attached to the lower world. Jing Kong also opened his mouth. He put his palms together and smiled at the middle-aged man who had opened his eyes. Amit Ba, congratulations, junior brother. I will bestow upon you the Dharma, name Jing Zhen. I hope junior brother can establish merit and go straight to the other side. The middle-aged man Jing Zhen put his palms together and bowed. Thank you, senior brother. Jingli said, Junior sister Jing Shui, the three of you reincarnated into the golden pool at the same time, so it can be considered fate. You can take care of each other in the sect. Although the Lotus Flower sect is peaceful and is a Buddhist pure land, the world is not peaceful. Demons run amok, so you need to support each other in order to establish merit and virtue. Jing Kong said, There are lotus wheels in the valley. We Lotus Flower sect disciples each have our own lotus wheels. Junior brother and junior sister can go and collect them. It's up to your own fate and luck. The lotus wheels contain the Lotus Flower sect's mental cultivation method and cultivation experience. It is also the Lotus Flower sect's seal of inheritance. Jing Kong said, Let's go. After he said that, the two of them floated towards the valley. Chapter 39:20. With a thought, Chu Li's lotus seat lifted him up and followed closely behind Jing Kong and Jingli. He glanced at the two beside him. Jing Shui frowned, but in the end, she bit her red lip. The lotus beneath her also lifted her and followed. Jing Zhen, the middle-aged monk, looked calm as he followed closely behind. As Chu Li was sizing up the two, they were sizing him up as well. They had been distracted by Jing Kong and Jingli earlier and neglected Chu Li. Now, they were sizing him up carefully. Chu Li also observed his appearance. The water of the golden pool had the effect of being reborn. His appearance was no different, but his temperament changed slightly. The weathered and solemn look on his face was washed away. He suddenly looked much younger, like a young man who had just come out into the world. This was because his lotus seat was larger and could absorb more power. Jing Shui and Jing Zhen might not have changed so much. They were dragons among men since they could ascend. Chu Li did not look down on them. Instead, he valued them greatly. In the future, they might hug each other for warmth and support. Jing Kong and Jingli moved faster and faster. The three behind them followed closely. They passed the golden pool and reached the depths of the valley. Do you see those lotus wheels? Monk Jing Kong pointed at the 6 flying wheels that were flying around in strange arcs in the sky and said with a smile, Every disciple of our Lotus Flower School has a lotus wheel. You guys should also take one. They're all spiritual objects. Whichever one you catch is your fortune and fortune. Go. Chu Li asked, Senior brother Jing Kong, Are there any differences between these lotus wheels? Of course there are differences. Jing Kong nodded. Just like martial arts, there are differences. Some lotus wheels are faster and made of better materials. Some are slower and made of inferior materials. It's just like how there are good and bad people. Jing Li said, everyone can take the lotus wheels based on their own ability. Don't worry, these lotus wheels will not harm your life. They will only hide. Feel free to grab them as much as you want. Chu Li nodded slowly. Jing Shui scoffed. The lotus carried her away lightly. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the spot where the lotus wheels passed. She was ready to wait for them to pass by and catch one. However, these lotus wheels seemed to be spiritual and avoided her. Jing Jin slowly floated to Jing Shui's side. When Chu Li saw this, he floated to Jing Shui's other side. The three of them lined up in a straight line, forming a barrier that stretched across the valley. If these lotus wheels wanted to bypass them, they could only do so from above or below. It was impossible to bypass them from the left or right. Jing Kong and Jing Li looked at each other and smiled. Jing Kong said, let me remind all of you that joining forces won't work. The aura of each of you will be sensed by the lotus wheel. If the three of you join forces, your aura will be even denser, and they will hide even further. If you want to capture them, you have to conceal your aura and act alone. Chu Li remained motionless, as though he had been frozen in the void. Jing Shui and Jing Jun were the same. They turned a deaf ear to their warnings and merely closed their eyes, as though they were dozing off. They ignored the flywheel that had burrowed down and up. These three little fellows won't hit a wall, Jing Kong said with a shake of his head. Jing Li said, we can't underestimate him. After all, he came up from below and isn't a reincarnation of one of us. Monk Jing Kong said, the ones coming from below are even worse. Jing Li smiled and said, those who can come up here are all powerful people. As long as they experience some setbacks, they will grow rapidly and become powerful figures of our lotus flower sect. Let's hope so. Jing Kong scoffed. Swoosh! Chu Li's figure disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in front of a lotus wheel and reached out to grab it. The lotus wheel spun quickly. All 5 of his fingers flew out. Only his palm was stuck to the lotus wheel, preventing it from breaking free. Blood gushed out like a fountain and instantly sprayed onto the lotus wheel. Chu Li stared at the lotus wheel without a change in expression. He did not care about the 5 fingers that flew out as though they were not his fingers. Jing Shui and Jing Jun's expressions changed slightly. They turned to stare at Jing Kong and Jing Li. Didn't you say it wouldn't harm our lives? Jing Shui scoffed. Jing Kong and Jing Li also stared at Chu Li with wide eyes. They could not believe that he could catch the lotus wheel in an instant. Furthermore, he was so brave that he did not care about his fingers being cut off and sent flying. Chu Li closed his eyes slightly and remained motionless. The lotus wheel shot out a golden light that shot between his eyebrows. Like a drop of water falling into snow, it silently drilled in and disappeared. A moment later, a golden light faintly appeared around Chu Li. It was indistinct like the mist on a lake in the morning. Good, Jing Kong exclaimed and turned to look at Jing Li. Jing Li smiled and said, how is it? I told you that those who can ascend here are not ordinary people, right? To be able to grasp the lotus secret technique so quickly, your comprehension is indeed outstanding. Jing Kong nodded and said, we can't underestimate you. Jing Shui and Jing Jun retracted their gazes and stared at the other 5 lotus wheels. However, Jing Shui and Jing Jin suddenly flashed and each grabbed a lotus wheel. The lotus wheels spun at high speed and were about to cut off their fingers like before. As they dodged, one of their fingers was still cut off by the lotus wheels. They could not avoid it. The power of these lotus wheels was beyond imagination. After 2 lotus wheels were restrained, a golden light shot between their eyebrows. Then, the 2 of them quickly flashed with golden light, just like Chu Li. Jing Kong and Jing Li looked at each other in surprise. Junior brother Jing Kong, our lotus sect is in luck. These 3 junior brothers are all powerful people. Jing Li exclaimed. Jing Kong nodded slowly. To be able to comprehend the Lotus secret technique so quickly, it was definitely not an ordinary comprehension. It was far better than the reincarnated disciples of the same sect. After they reincarnated into the golden pool, they had to recultivate the Lotus secret technique. Even if they cultivated it once or several times and reincarnated to cultivate it again, they would not be able to grasp it so quickly. Chu slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the lotus wheel in his hand. The lotus wheel let out a soft hum and suddenly shot out. It spun around his body, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, changing unpredictably. In the end, its speed became faster and faster until it could no longer be seen clearly. Only a stream of light streaked past. The stream of light suddenly disappeared and went far away from him. A moment later, when the lotus wheel appeared again, there were already 5 fingers in the middle of the wheel. The parts that were cut off were neat and smooth. It was his 5 fingers that had been brought back by the lotus wheel. Chu Li extended his left hand, and the lotus wheel flew over and stopped in front of his hand. He picked them up one by one and pressed them on his palm. He slowly connected the 5 fingers to his palm one by one, then turned his head and said, "Senior brother Jing Kong and Jing Li, I want to go to the golden pool." "Go!" Jing Kong nodded. The water of golden light can indeed regrow severed limbs. Reconnecting your fingers is as easy as flipping my hand. "Thank you, senior brothers." Chu Li fist saluted. The lotus seat carried him and disappeared into the distance like a wisp of smoke. The remaining 2 also woke up, picked up their fingers, and flew to the golden pool. Jing Kong and Jing Li smiled as they watched them reconnect their fingers. The golden light of the golden pool lingered on their fingers, and they quickly recovered to their original state. The effect was miraculous. "All right, we should return to the sect," Jing Kong said. "We've delayed long enough." Chapter 39:21. Chu Li and the other 2 nodded. Jing Kong and Jing Li walked out in front until they reached the entrance of the valley and arrived in front of the fog. Suddenly, 2 lotus wheels flew out from the top of their heads and streaked forward. Immediately, the fog dissipated. "Follow them," Monk Jing Kong said in a deep voice. Jing Li turned his head and said, "The lotus wheels are used to break the seal in the valley. You guys can also break the seal now, but it will consume your cultivation. What you need now is cultivation. You still have to fight later." The 5 of them flew out of the valley and immediately realized that they were outside a mountain. There were huge peaks on both sides. At the foot of these huge peaks, they were as small and insignificant as ants. "Be careful," Meng Jing Kong said in a deep voice. The lotus flowers around Jing Li rotated endlessly, forming a light screen. Chu Li and the other 2 imitated him. The lotus wheels turned into streams of light. The 5 of them were supported by the lotus flowers as they flew slowly like white clouds. However, their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had flown more than 10 kilometers and gradually flew out of the range of the huge peaks. They arrived at a lush grassland. The grassland stretched as far as the eye could see. Even his omniscient mystical void mirror couldn't see it. The thick green grass was like a pond. Ding! Suddenly, there was a clear ring as the lotus wheel beside Jing Kong revealed itself. Following that, a shadow appeared and kept pouncing at Jing Kong. However, the lotus wheel kept spinning and blocking the shadow. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't break through the lotus wheel's obstruction. Chu Li frowned. The omniscient mystical void mirror had already seen the shadow clearly. It was a human figure, but its figure was too fast. Furthermore, its body was strange. It was as though it was in a half-hidden state and had merged with the surrounding void. From this, he could see the profoundness of the lotus wheel. It was really as easy as moving an arm. With a single thought, the lotus wheel would appear without any obstruction. Ding, 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 ding. The clear ring sounded incessantly as the lotus wheel and the indistinct shadow clashed. Chu Li's heart suddenly trembled as he hurriedly used his mind. Ding! A figure appeared in front of the lotus wheel. He activated the Lotus Wheel and blocked the figure's storm-like attacks, preventing it from taking a step closer. The other three also faced off against a faintly discernible figure. Jing Kong said solemnly, "Be careful of their dirty tricks. They might use hidden weapons or even poison." As soon as he finished speaking, TSS, TSS, TSS. Amidst the whistling sound, a mist shrouded Chu Li. Chu Li's lotus throne flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared 10 feet and a half away from mist. The others were also shrouded in mist. Their methods seemed to be synchronized. The other four were not touched by the mist and easily escaped. "Be careful," Jing Kong shouted. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 people surrounding each of them. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst the concentrated ringing sounds, Chu Li's body moved erratically, sometimes in front and sometimes behind. The Lotus Wheel separated from him, as if each of them was fighting its own enemy. Chu Li's palms had already shot out multiple lotuses. These lotuses were made of light and shadows, but they seemed to have substance as they collided with the figures that were rushing over. The Lotus Wheel blocked one figure, while he used the Lotus Divine Palm to block 2. TSS. Suddenly, there was a sharp whistle. The Lotus Wheel suddenly shot out a blood-red light, drawing a long blood-red arc as it flew back to Chu Li's side. Then, a figure appeared in the void. It was a young man who looked similar to Chu Li and the others. His facial features were similar to a human's, and he was extremely handsome. However, there was an extra eye on his forehead. It was a vertical eye that was tightly shut. It was bigger than an ordinary eye and looked more dignified. The Lotus Wheel had cut off one of his arms, so blood shot out like an arrow, revealing his figure. Seeing this appearance, Chu Li frowned. Monk Jing Kong shouted, "Junior brother Jingru, be careful of his vertical eye." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's vertical eye suddenly opened and shot out a golden light. Chu Li's figure suddenly swayed, and the golden light missed and landed on Jing Shue's back. Jing Shue paused, and her body stiffened as she fell straight down. In the next moment, Chu Li appeared beside her. The Lotus Wheel blocked one of them, and a lotus appeared in each of his palms to block the other 2. The lotus seat supported Jing Shue, and she moved with him, drifting erratically. TSS. Chu Li's Lotus Wheel suddenly swept past the one-armed man's neck. The man's head flew up, and at the same time, his body spewed out an arrow of blood. "Good," Jing Li praised. Junior brother Jingru. He never expected Chu Li to be so precise, steady, and ruthless. He could actually kill a god. "Go." Suddenly, there was a long shout. More than 10 figures suddenly hid in the void. The body that was spewing blood and the flying head also disappeared and hid in the void. Jing Kong and Jing Li heaved a long sigh of relief. Jing Shue left Chu Li. The lotus seat under her feet continued to support her, but her expression was unusually ugly. Chu Li pressed his palms together. "Junior sister Jing Shue, I'm sorry." Jing Shue's beautiful face tensed up. She snorted and shook her head without saying a word. She couldn't say this. Although she was implicated by Chu Li, she could only blame herself for not being on guard. Moreover, it was fortunate that he had helped her in time. Otherwise, she would have lost her life. Senior brother Jing Kong. "Who are they?" Jing Jin asked in a low voice. Jing Kong said, "The deities claim to be the masters of this world. All races have to listen to them. We humans aren't convinced, so we fell in a battle with them. Unfortunately, we've always been at a disadvantage. We can't beat them." Jing Jun frowned. Jing Kong shook his head. "This time, it should be the younger generation who came out to gain experience. They treat killing us like hunting animals and beasts. Only by killing us can they be considered adults. Let's go. We'll talk as we go." Jing Kong said. The 5 of them slowly walked forward. Jing Kong said, "Don't think that they're so weak just because they killed a fellow from the deity race. This time, they've just come of age. Their divine eyes can only shoot out a concentrated beam. The truly powerful ones can shoot out dozens or even hundreds of beams. If you encounter one, you'll be frozen in place and be slaughtered." Chu Li couldn't help but think of the treasures he had back then. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to bring them. Is there no way to break them? Jing Zhen said in a low voice. Jing Kong said slowly, no, we can only dodge. Then we'll have to trouble you, Jing Zhen said. Fortunately, we killed one of them, Jing Shui said indifferently. Jing Kong shook his head. They have immortal bodies and can't be harmed. We can only cripple their cultivation and cultivate again after a long period of time. Jing Shui frowned. Jing Kong sighed. They can still come back to life even if their heads are cut off. But our lotus flower sect isn't bad either. We have the golden pond. Even if we die, we can reincarnate and cultivate anew, continuing to be disciples of our lotus flower sect. Jing Li said in a low voice, don't be discouraged. The deity race is powerful, but their numbers are too few. The key is to be careful of all kinds of monsters. They're all under their control and will attack us crazily. With that, he pointed at a group of black eagles charging over. This group of black eagles shot over like arrows. Chu Li could clearly see their sharp claws and beaks flashing with cold light. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 39:22. Ding 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 ding. The lotus wheel spun and blocked the black light. Behind the black light were black eagles that collided with the lotus wheel. Bang 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 bang. The dull sound were like stones hitting wood. Chu Li's group of 5's lotus wheels floated and slashed at the black eagles from time to time. The lotus will easily cut through their bodies and cut them in half like a knife cutting tofu. Jing Kong said, don't ever lose the lotus wheel. The lotus wheel is forged from rare metals and contains spirituality. It can be said to be our lotus sect's most precious item. Everyone has one wheel. Once the lotus wheel is taken away, it will be difficult to keep your life. The lotus wheel will be taken away? Jing Zhen said in a low voice. This wheel was connected to the mind and could change as one wished. Even if it was taken away by others, they could escape. After all, it was incomparably sharp and nothing could restrain it unless it was a spiritual attack. The lotus wheel contained a strange power that could block spiritual attacks. In this way, it was almost impossible for the lotus wheel to be taken away. Jing Kong said, there's always a mountain beyond the mountain. We have to be careful. They can't take away the lotus wheel and may think of a way to trap it. They can only rely on the divine lotus palm. Although the divine lotus palm is amazing, it is far from the sharpness of the lotus wheel. The difference in power is too great. As they spoke, the black eagle flew away again and disappeared into the horizon. Seeing that Chu Li wanted to chase, Monk Jing Li said, forget it, junior brother Jing Ru, there's no need to chase. We can't catch up. Monk Jing Kong shook his head and said, these feathered beasts are very cunning. If they can't hit, they will flee. It's a waste of energy to chase. Chu Li stopped and sighed in his heart. They were so passive. It seemed that they had suffered a lot from the black eagles. Moreover, they could only be attacked and could not be pursued. It was clear that these black eagles were savage and showed the weakness of the lotus sect. Jing Kong's group of 5 continued to float forward at an extremely fast speed. They did not encounter any more attacks along the way. Then they flew higher and higher until they finally arrived at a huge mountain floating in the air. The mountain floated in the air, but was stable and motionless as if it was tied by a rope. They floated towards the mountain peak, and the closer they got, the more they felt its vastness. They were like tiny ants at the foot of the mountain, insignificant. Moreover, the vast aura rushed towards them, making it hard for them to breathe. Chu Li had already noticed the strangeness and uniqueness of this world. It was as if the gravity in this world was very weak. One could jump with just a little bit of strength, and it was exceptionally easy to perform the light body technique. Even if he didn't circulate his energy, he felt as light as a feather and wanted to fly. It was not difficult for a mountain to float, and there were even floating mountains in the lower realms. When it got close, it was suddenly blocked by a golden light screen. Jing Kong and Jing Zhen's lotus wheels danced and entered the light screen. Immediately, a circular hole appeared. Let's go in. Jing Kong called out and led the 4 into the light screen. Jingzhan said, "This is our lotus flower sect's mountain gate. Only people who have cultivated the lotus flower secret technique can enter. Others can't enter even if they want to. Our lotus flower sect's disciples can't bring people in. This is also to prevent people from sneaking in," Jing Kong said. Chuli nodded. The five of them landed on a spacious and flat plaza. Behind the plaza was a basilica. It was as if a ferocious beast was crouching and looking down at them. Sigh. Jing Kong let out a long sigh and smiled. "Our mission is over now that we're here. The three of you have excellent aptitudes. We're lucky that none of you died. Goodbye." After he finished speaking, he pressed his palms together with Jing Li and fluttered away. Chu Li and the other two pressed their palms together and watched them flutter away. Supported by the lotus flowers, they entered a small path at the side and disappeared into the lush forest without a trace. Chu Li slightly closed his eyes and did not move. The great circle mystical void mirror was observing the surroundings and enveloped the entire mountain. He could clearly see how many palaces and courtyards there were on this mountain. He could clearly see the monks and nuns in the courtyards, but he could not clearly see the situation inside the palaces. There was an invisible force protecting them, blocking his observation. At a glance, he realized that the entire Lotus Flower sect had a total of 3,200 disciples. There were 2,010 men, and the rest were nuns. The number of nuns was far higher than he imagined. Moreover, looking at the cultivation of these nuns, they were even higher than the monks. Chuli immediately understood that this secret lotus technique was definitely more beneficial for women to cultivate. Men would not be able to cultivate so quickly, and it was obvious by looking at Jing Shue's cultivation. The golden pool did not give them cultivation, but only strengthened their physiques. Their inner energy cultivation was cultivated through the secret technique on the lotus wheel, so it was extremely fast. Moreover, the lotus will also attach some cultivation to it and pour it into their bodies. Moreover, with the lotus wheel, inner energy surged over endlessly through the lotus wheel. There was no need to worry about a lack of it, and they could use it to their heart's content. His physique was stronger, so his inner energy was more profound. However, in terms of purity, Jing Shui was better than him. It was just that Jing Shui's combat experience was inferior to his. A middle-aged nun suddenly appeared in the basilica. A lotus flower under her feet supported her and brought her in front of the three. This nun was beautiful, gentle, and amiable. She came close to the three, pressed her palms together, and smiled sweetly. "I'm Su Xin. You can call me Masters Jr." The three of them pressed their palms together and bowed. Su Xin smiled sweetly. The Lotus Flower sect is one of the 5 major sects in Tiannan. It is a great opportunity for you to enter the Lotus Flower sect. I hope you cherish this opportunity, cultivate well, and work hard to subdue demons and build immeasurable merit. Jing Shui said, "Masters Junior Su Xin, are we official disciples of the Lotus Flower sect?" "Yes." Su Xin nodded lightly. "You guys reincarnated from the Golden Pool and obtained the Lotus Wheel to inherit the secret Lotus technique. You are official disciples of the Lotus Flower sect. There are countless people who want to become disciples of the Lotus Flower sect, but can't, but it's easy for you guys. Don't not cherish it." Jing Shui smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, Masters Junior Su Xin. We know how powerful the secret Lotus technique is." "That's good." Su Xin smiled. "Follow me." Supported by the lotus under her feet, she gracefully floated forward. She followed the small path on the side and entered a forest. Then, she passed through the forest and walked all the way up the mountain. Finally, she arrived halfway up the mountain and stopped in front of a small courtyard. This small courtyard was beside the forest. Some of it was hidden by the forest, but it was not to the extent of blocking the sunlight. It was quiet and peaceful. Chuli had been secretly sizing up Su Xin. Her cultivation level was faintly discernible. It looked like she didn't know martial arts, but the lotus under her feet showed that she had a cultivation level. It was just that it was hard to detect. The lotus under Su Xion's feet was different from the other threes. The pure snow lotus had 9 petals. Jingzhen had 8 petals. Chu Li's had several lotuses clustered together. It was hard to tell how many petals there were. Su Xian's lotus had a total of 27 petals. There were 3 layers, and each layer had 9 petals. Jing Kong and Jing Li's lotus both had 9 petals. It was the same as Jing Shui's, but it was fuller. These are your courtyards. You can choose any one. Su Xian pointed at the small courtyards on the opposite side. The 3 of you came together, and you all ascended from the lower realm. You can be neighbors and look out for each other. Jingzhen said in a low voice, Masters Junior Su Xian, I'm used to being alone. Chapter 39:23. Usually, when one came to an unfamiliar place, they would think of huddling together for warmth. It was inevitable that they would overlook things if they were alone. They would rarely refuse help and stay alone. Such people were either very confident or had a huge secret that they did not want others to find out. However, Jingzhen did not seem to be confident, unlike Jing Shui, who had excellent aptitude. Jingzhen's aptitude was inferior to Chu Li's. Among the 3, Jing Shui had the best aptitude, followed by him and Jingzhen. Chu Li said, I'll pick first. He pointed at the innermost courtyard. That one. That one. Jing Shui pointed at the one next to it. Su Xian looked at Jingzhen with a smile. Jingzhen pointed at the farthest one. I'll pick this one. Very good. Su Xian nodded. The 3 rooms you chose are all unoccupied. You have a good eye. She was also looking at the 3's intuition and senses. Although they were far apart, those with keen intuition could already tell which courtyard were occupied and which were empty. If they could not, it meant that their intuition was slow and they had to be careful. The most important thing in a fight was one's cultivation level, followed by intuition and experience. If one's intuition was not accurate, one's reaction would be weaker and they would not be able to defeat the strong. One had to be steady and not take risks. Jing Shui asked, Masters Junior Su Xian, what are we going to do next? You'll consume a golden lotus, Su Xian said. This is a generous treatment for new official disciples. It can save you 100 years of cultivation. The 3 of them looked at her in silence. Su Xian said, After you consume the golden lotus, you'll follow the team to fight and accumulate merit. And then? Jing Shui asked. Su Xian smiled sweetly. Once you have enough merit, you can consume another golden lotus to increase your cultivation level. Masters Junior Su Xian, are we going to keep fighting? Jing Shui frowned. Su Xian said, If you don't want to be enslaved by the deity race and become their slave, you can only do your best to resist. If one day you can eliminate the deity race or expel them from this side of the world, then there will be peace. At that time, if you want to cultivate, you can cultivate. If you don't want to cultivate, then don't cultivate. Jing Shui frowned. The enlightened deity clan is powerful. We humans struggle bitterly while the deity clan oppresses the world. Su Xian lightly nodded and said, But fortunately, our lotus flower sect has the gold pool. Even if we die in battle, we can reincarnate from the gold pool. Then we're also undying and indestructible? Jing Shui asked, We're no different from the deity clan. Why can't we defeat them? They are born with divine might, and their vertical pupils can freeze people's souls. Su Xian shook her head and said, Up until now, we still haven't found a way to restrain them. So once we fight with them, being able to escape is already a fluke. And Jinxi's reincarnation will wash away his past life's memories and cultivation. If we want to recover our past life's memories, we must cultivate to the 9th layer of the secret lotus method. Lotus flower, mystic technique, 9th heaven? Jingxiu asked, Is it very difficult? Difficult. Su Xian lightly shook her head and said, The lotus secret technique is easy to cultivate but hard to master. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes. You need the assistance of the golden lotus. One golden lotus can increase your cultivation by 100 years. If you want to reach 9th heaven, you need at least 100 golden lotuses, and you also need enough comprehension. In short, there are only a mere 9 people in our lotus flower sect who have reached 9th heaven. Jingxue lightly nodded and said, "So in order to recover your past life's memories, everyone desperately cultivates and accumulates merit in order to obtain the Golden Lotus?" "Exactly." Su Exan sighed and said, "You guys have just reincarnated, and your cultivation is shallow. After you consume a Golden Lotus in a while, you'll have the power to fight and obtain the Golden Lotus from there. How much merit to exchange for a Golden Lotus?" Jingxue asked. Su Xian said, "Nobody knows. It depends on your own fate. As long as you have enough merit, a Golden Lotus will naturally condense on top of the Golden Lotus of Merit. Each of you can plant a Golden Lotus of Merit in your own courtyard." "Are we going to plant our own Golden Lotus of Merit?" Jingxin said in a deep voice. Su Xian lightly nodded and said with a smile, "Do you guys think we're exchanging merit from a sect? If our Lotus Flower sect really had so many Golden Lotuses, we would have long since beaten the deity race into fleeing." "So that's how it is." Jingxin slowly nodded. Su Xian said, "All right, let's go to your courtyard." Supported by the Lotus, she gracefully moved forward and arrived at Chu Li's small courtyard. After pushing the door open, she saw a small pond in the center of the courtyard. There was a slender and elegant lotus bud in the pond. There was also an antique gazebo beside the lotus pond. There was a square table in the gazebo with a zither on it and a few plates of snacks. It was exquisite and tempting. They were all people with sharp senses and could smell the faint fragrance. Their saliva involuntarily increased. "This Golden Lotus of Merit is yours." Junior nephew Jingru used the secret lotus technique to stimulate it. When you feel it coming to life, throw it into the pond. Su Xian fished out a small purple box from her sleeve. It seemed to be a purple jade with a faint flowing light. After opening it, there were 3 dazzling golden seeds the size of a fingernail. Su Xian picked one up and passed it to Chu Li. Chu Li received it with both hands. "Thank you, junior uncle." Su Xian smiled and said, "This kind of lotus also pays attention to intuition. Heat control is the most important, so you have to stop when the sun first moves. If you stop your inner energy too late or too early, it will prolong the growth of the Golden Lotus of Merit." Chu Li nodded lightly and placed it on his palm. Then, he activated his inner energy according to the secret lotus technique and continuously injected it into the seed. The small seed was like a black hole that continuously devoured inner energy. Chu Li felt that his inner energy was almost completely devoured. Only when 2 more waves of inner energy surged from the lotus did something strange happen. His senses were sharp. Once he noticed the abnormality, he immediately stopped and threw into the pond. Bang! It was like a boulder falling into the lotus pond. However, there was only a small ripple, as if a small stone had fallen into the pond. Everyone stared at the pond. After a while, the budding lotus flowers suddenly bloomed. The pond was filled with lotus flowers, and a faint fragrance filled the air. "Good!" Su Xian clapped and praised. "The heat control is the most suitable. Junior nephew Jingru, you have a good comprehension." She was full of smiles and looked delicate and alluring. Chu Li smiled and said, "Which one is the Golden Lotus of Merit?" He did not find the Golden Lotus of Merit. "All of them are, and none of them are," Su Xian said. "The Golden Lotus of Merit is invisible and traceless. It lives on a lotus. As long as there is enough merit, one of the lotus flowers will naturally bear a golden lotus." Chu Li nodded in realization. In that case, he would not be able to destroy the Golden Lotus of Merit. Jingxue said, "Come to my place. Let's go." Su Xian smiled. "If there's anything you're not used to living here, you can tell the attendants. There's no need to be restrained." "Yes." Chu Li nodded. "Come with us. Let's take a look at their Golden Lotus of Merit." Su Xian said, "Junior nephews Jingxue and Jingxin might not be as lucky, but there's no need to rush. They might only be a few days late." Chu Li followed them to Jingxue's courtyard. Jingxue picked up a lotus seed and focused on channeling it for a while before throwing it into the pond. Bang! After a dull sound, the lotus flowers in the pond bloomed. It was not inferior to Chu Li's. However, when it came to Jingxin's place, it only bloomed after 2 hours. Chapter 39:24. Jingxin was hiding his true strength on purpose. Although Chu Li could not see through him, he could feel the fluctuation of his emotions. When the fire reached the initial phase, he deliberately hesitated for a moment before pulling back and tossing out the golden lotus. With that, the fire was too old, and the speed of the golden merit lotus germination was greatly slowed. Chu Li became more wary of Jingxin. He hid himself everywhere and had a huge secret. It was hard to tell if he was a friend or foe. Although they entered the same sect at the same time and were somewhat related, it was hard to predict his character. Su Xian grinned. Su Xian smiled and said, "It has already bloomed. 10 days from now, it should condense into a golden lotus. When you consume it, it will increase your cultivation by 100 years. During these 10 days, you can focus on cultivating. How much the golden lotus can increase your cultivation is related to your own cultivation. The key is the purity of your cultivation. The purer your cultivation is, the better the effect of the golden lotus." Chu Li and the other two nodded. Su Xian said, "The golden lotus can increase your cultivation level, but purity is crucial in a real battle. The more refined the lotus, the more powerful it is. This requires a purer energy." "Yes." The three nodded. "Right, you're all powerful figures in the lower realm." Su Xian suddenly stopped before leaving and said softly, "But the martial arts in the lower realm can't compare to the secret lotus technique. It's best not to waste time." Jing Shui said, "Masters Junior Su Xian, I cultivate the Empyrean Fairy Heart Sutra." Chu Li's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with the Empyrean Fairy Heart Sutra. It was the heart technique that Lu Yurong cultivated before. It was shockingly powerful, but had no further progress, so she changed to other antique studies. He did not expect to meet a cultivator of the Empyrean Fairy Heart Sutra here. If it's the Empyrean Fairy Heart Sutra, you can cultivate it at the same time. Su Xian was surprised. "No wonder you're so talented. It's the Empyrean Fairy Heart Sutra that matches our secret lotus technique." Jing Shui revealed a smile. Su Xian glanced at Chu Li and Jingxin without saying a word. Chu Li said, "I'm cultivating the dragon elephant wisdom." "The dragon elephant wisdom." Su Xian pondered and shook her head. "I've heard of this technique. It's a Buddhist protective divine technique. Unfortunately, it focuses on physical strength, which is useless for the secret lotus technique. It's better not to cultivate it." Chu Li said, "And the demon suppression seal." As soon as he finished speaking, a small silver seal suddenly condensed in the sky. It was real and not illusory, but it emitted a vast might. Su Xian said, "It still won't work. Your demon subduing seal is not weak, but it is still much weaker than the lotus wheel." The lotus wheel is a rare metal of heaven and earth. Only it can counter Zhu Xie and the heavenly deity race. Chu Li sighed. "Then we'll just have to let it go. You all have already practiced the lotus flower secret technique, so you should know its intricacies. Don't waste time because you are reluctant to part with the old technique," Su Xian said. Chu Li nodded slowly. His Madra technique was exquisite and powerful, but it was indeed not suitable for this world. Compared to the lotus wheel, it wasn't lacking in subtlety, but its power was lacking by a bit. It wasn't as powerful as the invincible blade. He had already decided to give up on other techniques and focus on cultivating the lotus secret technique. The lotus secret method was indeed exquisite beyond compare. Even with his comprehension ability, he couldn't comprehend it in a short time. He needed to slowly comprehend it layer by layer. Jingxin said in a deep voice, "I cultivate the God Fiend Sutra." "That won't do." Su Xian shook her head and said, "Let's practice the lotus secret technique." Jingxin nodded. "All right, go about your own business. Once you've condensed a golden lotus and swallowed it, you can follow the team to kill and obtain merit." With that, Su Xian was lifted by the lotus and left. Chu Li and Jing Shui pressed their palms together and left. Jingxin didn't urge them to stay. The two of them walked slowly while being carried by the lotus. Jingshu asked. Are you an eminent monk? Chu Li smiled and nodded. I'm quite famous and respected. Unfortunately, everything is for naught here. I have to start from scratch. Junior sister Jingshu, is it the same? I'm not a monk. I only cultivate the Buddhism secret technique, Jingshu said. Chu Li said, the Empyrean Fairy Sutra isn't a Buddhism secret technique, is it? He felt that it was a Taoist secret technique, and it wasn't a Buddhism secret technique. Jingshu shook her head gently. The Empyrean Fairy Sutra is unique. Moreover, there isn't a Taoist sect in my world. It's already been destroyed by the Buddhists. Chu Li asked, Junior sister, what sect are there in your world? He wanted to know if that world had anything to do with the one he was in. He even wanted to know if they were the same world. He realized that he was far from understanding the mysteries of this world. Jingshu listed more than 10 sects in one go, but Chu Li had never heard of any of them. They were all the most inaccurate worlds. He would only be able to find them if he could cultivate to the point where he could freely travel between worlds. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, he was diligently cultivating the Lotus Secret Technique. As he channeled the Lotus Secret Technique, his spirit, the Lotus Wheel, and the Lotus Seat merged into one. The Lotus Wheel and Lotus Seat formed a strange world that absorbed the vitality of heaven and earth. He bathed in the vitality of heaven and earth. The inner energy that entered his body was the inner energy of the Lotus Secret Technique. When he channeled this inner energy, the Lotus Wheel and Lotus Seat were like his arms. He did not have to think too much. They would move as soon as he willed it. It was very strange, even more so than the Heavenly Knife Technique he had cultivated before. Of course, the Heavenly Knife Technique also helped him understand the Lotus Secret Technique, so he learned it faster. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the courtyard in the morning, the lotuses in the lotus pond suddenly shone brightly. The golden light flickered as if they had turned into golden lotuses. Chu Li immediately understood that the golden lotuses were about to condense. The golden lotuses slowly floated up and suddenly shrunk in the air. Suddenly, a golden lotus seed appeared. It shot toward Chu Li. Chu Li reached out and took it. He was secretly channeling the Lotus Secret Technique, so he did not take it. Instead, it fell into his hand on its own. It was indeed strange, so he threw it into his mouth without hesitation. It melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Its fragrance lingered and lingered. Chapter 39:25. With a thought, a stone on the ground flew up and spun around his body. It was much more agile than when he was on the next level. With another thought, the Lotus Wheel flew out of the void. Woo! The Lotus Wheel made a strange whistling sound. As it danced, the sound became softer and softer until it was completely silent. Chu Li smiled. This meant that he had entered the second level of the Lotus Secret Technique. The Lotus Wheel was silent and qualified for a sneak attack. Otherwise, the first level's Lotus Wheel would be too powerful. It would only be wide open and not subtle enough. The lotus seat under his feet gradually changed. All the small lotuses began to shrink and turned into 18 petals. They changed from the size of a bed to the size of a cattail hassock. They were no different from the others. Chu Li did not feel disappointed. Instead, he smiled. The second level of the Lotus Secret Technique was much more mysterious. It could hide his abnormality and become one with the light. His lotus seat was bigger and faster than ordinary people. This was due to his strong foundation. However, no matter how strong his foundation was, when he was at the last level, being too conspicuous was suicidal. The great circle mystical mirror observed the abnormality in the courtyard next to him. Jingshue's golden lotus of merit had condensed into a lotus seed. She swallowed it, and 18 petals appeared under her feet. Jingjin's golden lotus of merit had not condensed yet. He was silently observing the abnormality in his body and experiencing the mystery of the second level of the Lotus Secret Technique. In the sound of fluttering clothes, Su Xan was carried by the lotus. Chu Li pressed his palms together. Master's Junior Su Xian. Su Xian waved her hand lightly. Junior Jingru, no need to be so polite. The Lotus sect does not care about customs. Chu Li nodded. Su Xin said, "You've swallowed the golden lotus and achieved the second level of the secret technique?" Chu Li nodded. Su Xin smiled sweetly. "You're really talented. Very good. Then, you and Junior Jingxue will join the expedition team. Follow me." Chu Li followed her to Jingxue's courtyard. Su Xin brought Jingxue along. The three of them were carried by the lotus and arrived in front of a basilica. It was the basilica that Chu Li and the others saw earlier. This time, they entered the basilica. There were already 10 young monks in the main hall. All of them had shiny bald heads, handsome appearances, handsome temperaments, and they were outstanding and outstanding. "Jinghuan, this is Jingru and Jingxue. I'll leave them to you." Su Xin smiled at a tall and handsome young monk at the front. "Don't go too far this time. Martial Aunt Su X, don't worry. This time, we're going for stability. We won't advance rashly." The tall and handsome young monk, Jinghuan, said with a smile, "However, whether or not they can return safely will depend on their own abilities." "Of course." Su Xin gently nodded and turned to Chu Li and Jingxue. Jinghuan and the others entered the sect early and have experienced numerous battles. However, they won't be able to fend for themselves once they run into monsters or the enlightened deity clansmen. You can't rely on them. Everything depends on yourselves. "Understood." Jingxue nodded gently. "All right, go," Su Xin said. "Try to return within 10 days. Let's go." Jinghuan waved his hand without hesitation, and the lotus flower beneath his feet lifted him out. The other 9 monks followed closely behind. Chu Li and Jingxue followed behind and quickly floated out of the lotus flower sect. Once they were out of the lotus flower sect, their floating speed suddenly increased. They were as fast as lightning, and the scenery around them flashed by. Chu Li felt as though he was sitting in a high-speed car. Jinghuan floated to Chu Li and Jingshue's side and said with a beaming smile, "Junior brother Jingru, junior sister Jingxue, are you from the lower realm?" Chu Li and Jingxue nodded. Jinghuan smiled and said, "What's your world like?" Chu Li thought for a moment and said, "That world is flourishing with Buddhism, but their martial arts are meager. They can't circulate their inner energy, and the only way to ascend is through merit. With enough merit, they can ascend to the next level. I came here through merit." "Meager martial arts." Jinghuan sighed ruefully. "Can't use inner energy. It's hard to imagine, but that kind of world must be excellent." Chu Li shook his head. "Although there's no inner energy, there are still battles and battles, and the battles are endless." "That's true. People are like that." Jinghuan nodded. "It's a good thing that you can come here with merit. What we value the most here is still merit. As long as there's enough merit, your cultivation will be strong." He turned to look at Jingxue. Jingxue said, "My world is also established with Buddhism, but their martial arts are also strong. I relied on my martial arts to enter this world." "That's still impressive," Jinghuan praised. "This place also talks about martial arts. Strong martial arts means strong merit, and strong merit also means strong martial arts. Junior sister Jingxue, you have a great future. Work hard." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Senior brother Jinghuan was really interesting. However, although they were senior brothers, they had cultivated to the second level of the Lotus secret technique. They were not much stronger than Chu Li and Jingxue, and they might have more combat experience. "Be careful," Jingxue suddenly shouted. Ding! There was a clear ring, and a figure appeared in the void. Following that, a lotus wheel flew out. Blood immediately gushed out from the corner of Jingshue's mouth, and her face suddenly turned pale. The lotus wheel shot at Jingxue. Chu Li had a bad feeling. Ding! His lotus wheel appeared and blocked Jingshue's lotus wheel. Jingxue spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body slid down limply, but Chu Li caught her. The two lotus wheels were hidden in the void. Ding, 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 ding. Amidst a series of concentrated rings, a figure punched out. With each punch and wheel, he sent all the flying lotus wheels flying. He was invincible and unstoppable. Chu Li had already clearly seen the person's appearance. It was a dignified middle-aged man. His vertical pupils were tightly shut, and his eyes flashed with white light. His pupils could not be seen clearly, but there was only a blinding white light that surpassed the sunlight. It was so bright that no one dared to look at him directly. His body technique was too fast, and his fist force was strange. He could directly suppress the lotus wheel with a punch and send it flying with a single punch, causing the owner of the lotus wheel to be injured from the backlash. As a result, his speed was greatly reduced. Chu Li pulled Jing Shui up and fluttered back as fast as he could. After the lotus seat was fully activated, a string of their shadows appeared in the void. The handsome middle-aged man ignored them and took a step to Jing Huan's side. Jing Huan shouted, "Run!" With that, a golden light shot out from his forehead into the lotus wheel in front of him. Hum! The lotus wheel also shot out golden light and shot at the handsome middle-aged man. A sneer appeared on the handsome middle-aged man's cold face. The vertical pupil on his forehead suddenly opened, and golden light shot out to meet the lotus wheel. The lotus wheel suddenly paused, and the golden light swayed. Bang! The golden light suddenly scattered, and the lotus wheel disappeared. Jing Huan fell limply to the ground. The handsome middle-aged man was already behind him in the next step, and his fist smashed down on his head. Chu Li appeared in front of Jing Huan in the next moment, and pulled him up and disappeared. The handsome middle-aged man was surprised. The vertical pupil on his forehead opened again, and rays of golden light shot at Chu Li. Chu Li appeared next to Jing Shui in the next moment, and pulled her up, disappearing with Jing Huan in an instant. The golden light fell into the void and spread out. His expression suddenly darkened, and his handsome face seemed to be frozen. In the next moment, he took a step behind a fleeing Lotus sect disciple. The vertical pupil flashed with golden light, and the Lotus sect disciple froze, allowing his fist to smash his head. Then it was another Lotus sect disciple. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing Lotus sect disciples all died under his fist, and their 9 heads were smashed like watermelons. Chapter 39:26. Suddenly, the figures of Chu Li and the other 2 appeared in the void. The figures of the 3 of them were indistinct. No matter how one looked at them, they could not be seen clearly. It was as if one was standing at the edge of a lake and looking at the situation at the bottom of the clear lake. One could see the swaying of the water plants, but one could not really see the position of the water plants. Chu Li and the other 2 had already appeared inside the Lotus sect. With the sect-protecting power of the Lotus Flower School isolating him, his vertical pupil was unable to see through, nor was it able to focus. Chu Li stood outside the Lotus Flower sect's hall, his entire body tense. Jing Shui was the same. Only Jing Shui did not sense anything, her expression heavy. Chu Li glanced back thoughtfully. Jing Shui did the same. Both of their expressions were ugly. "Who is this?" asked Jing Shui. Chu Li said, "That person just now? Senior brother Jing Huan can see this?" Jing Huan sighed. "We were lucky to be able to escape this time. That guy should be a constellation realm heavenly deity. We're dead for sure. His vertical pupils can cross the void and attack us directly. If it weren't for our junior brothers, we wouldn't have been able to escape even if we wanted to. No matter how fast our movement techniques are, it would be useless." Su Xin was carried out by the lotus. She glanced at the 3 of them and said softly, "You died so quickly. Martial uncle, we're out of luck. We ran into a constellation level celestial the moment we came out, and we didn't even have the strength to fight back." Jing Huan shook his head solemnly. "Junior brother Jingru's movement technique is impressive. He escaped with me and junior sister Jing Shui." Su Xin frowned slightly. "He's actually a constellation-level heavenly deity?" She looked at Chu Li and Jing Shui and said, "There are 4 levels of enlightened masters: starlight, star, constellation, and galaxy. Your levels are still too low, so it's difficult for the higher-level enlightened masters to fight against you. You're really unlucky this time." Jing Huan said, "Uncle Master, I'll personally make a trip to the Golden Pool and bring the junior brothers back." "That's fine too. Su Xian nodded. It's already hard enough that you were able to escape. Junior brother Jingru's movement technique is superb, said Jinghuan. He was not too concerned about Chu Li's divine power. No matter how powerful his light body technique was, he would not be able to escape from a constellation-level enlightened master like Chu Li just now. This time, he was really just lucky to have survived. Su Xian looked at Chu Li. Chu Li replied, I possess the Buddha's limbs. No wonder. Su Xian suddenly understood. She had always been curious that Chu Li's lotus seat was different from the others. Now, she understood that it was because he possessed the god's limbs. She continued, however, Jingru, the divine feat, is indeed profound, but you can't rely on it when encountering the deity race. Their vertical pupils are known as the divine eyes and can pierce through the void. No matter how fast the divine feet is, it can't be faster than the divine eyes. Once your divine soul is locked in place, you won't be able to move and can only obediently wait for death. Chu Li asked, Masters Junior, can the god's eye kill people directly? It depends on the level. At the constellation level, it can directly scatter a person's soul. Su Xian nodded. Chu Li's expression was solemn. How could the heavenly god clan be a match for them? Just a single glance was enough to make one's soul scatter. Of course, if your cultivation is high enough, you'll be able to block it. Su Xian said, a heavenly deity of the first level of the star constellation realm would need at least the 7th layer of the Lotus Secret technique to be able to escape unscathed. You guys have indeed managed to escape with your lives this time. Congratulations. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Jinghuan said, Junior brother Jingru, junior sister Jingxue, let's head to the Golden Pool. Chu Li and Jingxue hesitated. Su Xian smiled and said, don't worry. The heavenly deity clan are all proud and arrogant. Since they couldn't kill you this time, they won't continue to pursue you. You guys are temporarily safe, but only for 10 days. Chu Li secretly let out a sigh of relief. Jingxue said, Masters Junior, when can we cultivate to the 7th layer? That depends on your luck and strength. Su Xian smiled and said, if it's fast, it'll take 8 to 10 years. If it's slow, it'll take 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. Many who cultivate to the 6th layer can only reincarnate and start anew when they encounter the constellation deity. This is just bad luck. There's nothing we can do about it. Jingxue frowned and nodded lightly. The three of them left the Lotus sect and headed for the Golden Pool. Jinghuan said, Junior brothers and sisters, this kind of thing can't be rushed. I've already reincarnated and cultivated for the 12th time. Unfortunately, I've never been able to cultivate to the 9th layer and recover my past life's memories. 12 times. Jingxue was surprised. Jinghuan said, among them, there were 6 times when I cultivated to the 8th layer. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. I always missed the final step and perished again. Jingxue shook her head. It really makes one despair. Jinghuan grinned and said, it'll be fine once you get used to it. Actually, our Lotus sect is located in the southernmost part of Tianan, at the forefront of the divine deity race's expansion. If we go north, it's still a peaceful land. People live very comfortably and don't even know that the divine deity race has arrived. Chu Li said, then our Lotus sect's disciples can also go north. If you don't want to keep on killing, you can go north to recuperate and ease the exhaustion of your mind. Cultivating your heart to perfection will also aid in the improvement of the Lotus Secret technique. Jinghuan shook her head and said, if you blindly cultivate and kill, it will be very difficult to improve the Lotus Secret technique in the future. Chu Li looked pensive. Jingxue said, the Lotus sect's disciples have a choice. Of course. Jinghuan nodded and said with a smile, many disciples go to the north to travel once they reincarnate and live a peaceful life. When they get tired of the peaceful life, they return to the sect to fight. In any case, there's the Golden Pool. Even if we die, it's just reincarnation. Then why do we have to fight directly? Jingxue frowned. Jinghuan shook her head. After all, you aren't the original disciples of our Lotus sect. You ascended from the lower realm. Jingxue scoffed. Looks like if we want to escape from the killing, we have to die once. Jinghuan smiled and said, that's not necessarily the case. We should be able to be free once we cultivate to the 5th level. We can choose not to fight. The 5th level. Jingxue shook her head. She now recognized the dangers of the outside world. The 5th level was not that easy to reach. This time, they had a brush with death, and it was just a hair's breadth away. Thinking of this, she glanced at Chuli. Chuli was calm and unperturbed as he looked around. Be careful, Jingxue suddenly shouted. Chuli grabbed Jingxue with his left hand and Jinghuan with his right, instantly disappearing on the spot. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound swept past their original position. A small golden insect crawled out from the ground. It was only the size of a thumb and looked like a ladybug. Once again, it turned into a golden light and shot toward Chu Li. Ding! A lotus wheel appeared out of thin air and blocked the path. The small insect collided with the golden lotus like a bell chime. Swoosh! The lotus wheel suddenly spun and slashed the small insect away. The small insect was split into two. The golden light flashed and disappeared into its body. It was already dead. Jinghuan revealed a smile. This is an earthly gold insect. Its body can be used to cultivate swordsmanship. It's very expensive. The lotus will carried the two halves of the insect and brought it near them. At this moment, the two petals had already turned golden. The golden color had a hint of warm luster like topaz. What a good thing, Jinghuan praised. Junior brother, your luck is indeed not bad. These small insects are very cunning. They will only attack when they see someone weaker than them. If they miss their attack, they will flee. Even if you want to chase them, you won't be able to catch up. Chuli had obviously concealed his aura and made the earthly gold insect think that it found its prey. Moreover, he could still conceal his aura when he attacked and did not scare the earthly gold insect away. This method was indeed impressive. Chapter 39:27. Yes. Jinghua nodded. If you're bitten, you'll lose your life. It looks small, but many of our fellow disciples have died under their mouths, so we mustn't be careless. Tian-An is like this. You must be careful around. A blade of grass or a tiny bug can take your life. Chuli put away the two halves of the bug. It was warm to the touch, yet cold. Ice and fire seemed to have fused into one. It was like ice yet not ice, fire yet not fire. It was indeed mysterious. No wonder it was a precious material for practicing swordsmanship. The journey was smooth. When they arrived at the golden pool, they saw 9 lotuses floating on the surface of the pool. 9 young men were sitting on the lotuses. They were the 9 monks who were killed back then. Chu Li's omniscient mystical void mirror scanned through their bodies. Although their bodies were indistinct like shadows and seemed unreal, the omniscient mystical void mirror could see that they had returned to normal. Their broken heads were still intact, as if they had never been broken. He couldn't help but sigh at the mysteriousness of this golden pool. It was only slightly inferior to his withering tree. Jinghuan saw the 9 monks and sighed in relief. Senior brother Jinghuan, will there be an accident? Chuli asked. Jinghuan said, who knows? There will always be accidents. If we're caught, it'll be dangerous. We won't be able to live or die. It'll be troublesome if they slowly convert us. He smiled. We're lucky to meet a constellation master this time. We'll all die. Jing Shue's expression changed slightly. As a woman, she didn't know what kind of torture awaited her if she was really captured by the Divine Deity clan. But don't worry, everyone from the Divine Deity clan is proud and arrogant. Those they capture are usually 9th level masters. They don't care about small characters like us. Jinghuan comforted. Jing Shui forced a smile and didn't feel comforted at all. She couldn't keep improving and never step into the 9th level. With her aptitude, the 9th level wasn't far away. If she really stepped into the 9th level and was taken away by the Divine Deity clan, she felt a chill just thinking about it. Chuli smiled. Junior sister doesn't need to worry too much. It's fine if you don't leave the sect when you reach the 9th level. Jinghua nodded. You really don't go out when you reach the 9th level. All the elders in the sect are the same. They only attack when it's critical. Chu Li pondered. It seemed like this was also the deity clan strategy. It was to prevent the ninth floor's lotus flower sect's experts from mobilizing. This way, it was equivalent to eliminating the lotus flower sect's strongest force. The golden light in the golden pool flickered and drilled into the bodies of the 9 monks. They slowly became more and more real. After a while, they opened their eyes. 18 rays of golden light flashed, and they returned to normal. "Let's go, junior brothers," said Jinghuan loudly. The 9 monks were startled, their eyes filled with confusion. Chu Li looked at the 9 of them. After reincarnation, they should have lost all their memories, just like newborn babies. However, from their expressions and eyes, it was clear that this was not the case. Their eyes flashed with blankness from time to time, but they were not lifeless. The 9 lotuses slowly brought them closer. Jinghuan said, "9 junior brothers, you are disciples of the lotus flower sect. Because you were killed, you reincarnated into the golden pool. Now, follow me to the valley to search for your lotus wheel." The 9 of them looked at each other and nodded. Unfamiliarity flashed in their eyes. Clearly, they did not recognize Jinghuan. Jinghuan was familiar with this kind of situation and was not sad. He brought them to the valley at the side. Lotus wheels suddenly flew out of the valley and headed straight for the 9 monks, disappearing in an instant. Golden light immediately flashed on their foreheads. Then, rays of brilliance circulated on their bodies. After a while, when they opened their eyes were already shining brilliantly, as if they were tangible. Jinghuan revealed a smile. "Very good, then let's go back." Jingxue said, "Senior brother Jinghuan, could it be that the lotus wheels can identify their masters?" "The lotus wheels are connected to the soul," said Jinghuan. "They can find their masters in a moment." Chu Li frowned and said, "Then the lotus wheels we obtained are—" "The golden pool was not formed as soon as our lotus flower sect was founded." Jinghuan shook his head and said ruefully, "It was condensed through the painstaking efforts of countless predecessors. It is said that it is also the accumulation of merit. Before the golden pool condensed, the predecessors died, so they died completely." Chu Li revealed a rueful expression. The predecessors planted trees, and the descendants enjoyed the shade. They indeed should thank these predecessors. Jinghuan said, "Our lotus flower sect currently only has 6 lotus wheels. You guys have taken 3, so there are only 3 left. Does that mean the lotus flower sect can no longer accept disciples?" asked Jingxue. Jinghuan shook his head. "We can accept disciples, but we can only accept 3 direct disciples unless another disciple directly enters reincarnation." "Directly enter reincarnation?" Jingxue was astonished. Could it be that the deity race can do it? Jinghuan shook his head. "It's not the deity race. They chose it themselves. Could it be that there are people who don't want to be reborn and directly reincarnate?" Jinghuan sighed and said, "There are." Jingxue's face was full of surprise. Jinghuan said, "Some seniors are already tired of living and don't want to continuously reincarnate from the golden pool. They directly enter reincarnation. These seniors are usually outstanding people. They can cultivate to the 9th level of the Lotus secret technique every time they reincarnate. Then, they keep on remembering their previous lives. This really isn't a beautiful experience. They get tired of it after a few times and might as well reincarnate directly. I can't think of one." Jingxue shook her head. Jinghuan sighed and said, "Sometimes, living for too long isn't that interesting." As he spoke, he brought the 9 people out of the valley and floated toward the lotus flower sect. Chi! Ding! Amidst the whistling sound, Jingxue's lotus wheel once again blocked in front of Jinghuan. A figure appeared once more, and then 2 more appeared behind him. They looked at the 11 of them with ridicule. Chu Li's face sank. This route had clearly been discovered. Last time he took this route, and this time Jinghuan took it. The deity race had already discovered the pattern and were waiting here. Ding, 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 ding. Chu Li's lotus wheel drifted erratically and shot toward a deity. Jingxue's lotus wheel was entangled with that deity, and the sound of ding rang out incessantly. The last remaining deity was met by Jinghuan. The three of them each held up a deity. The other nine's lotus wheels also flew out and surrounded Jinghuan's opponent. Humph! The deity snorted coldly and suddenly opened his vertical eye. Suddenly, a golden light shot toward a monk. The monk immediately froze and didn't move an inch. The lotus seat couldn't support him, and he fell straight down. Jinghuan's lotus wheel arrived at the monk's feet and supported him. The deity's vertical eye flashed again, and another golden light shot toward Jinghuan. Jinghuan's figure drifted, but he still couldn't dodge the golden light. The golden light was strange and abnormal, and he couldn't dodge it. A lotus wheel swept past the deity's neck, and his head flew up. Jinghuan's falling body paused for a moment, and then he floated up. The deity opposite Chu Li suddenly opened his vertical eye, and the golden light shot toward Chu Li. Chu Li's body tensed up, and he could already feel the impending doom. He activated God's limbs and appeared in the lotus flower sect in the next moment. Just as the golden light was about to hit him, the lotus flower sect suddenly swayed gently, and the golden light slowly dissipated unwillingly. Chu Li was lucky to escape. The next moment, he appeared beside Jinghuan, and the golden light came again. He pulled Jinghuan and disappeared, appearing in the lotus flower sect. The lotus flower sect swayed again, and the light was faintly discernible. The golden light slowly dissipated. The next moment, he appeared behind Jingxue. Jingxue had already stiffened and was falling. He picked her up and disappeared. Chapter 39:28. Junior brother Jingru, thank you. Jinghuan cupped his fists. Chu Li shook his head and said, Unfortunately, I can't save the other 9 senior brothers. It's the same whether they save him or not. Jinghuan said, I've just received the legacy, so my cultivation is shallow. It's similar to reincarnating. I'll just reincarnate again. Junior brother Jingru, your movement technique is truly impressive. To be able to avoid the pursuit of the god eyes, this Qigong had already surpassed the level of Qigong. Chu Li said, It's all thanks to the sect, or else, he shuddered at the thought of it. The threat of the divine, I made all the hairs on his body stand up, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Just as the divine I was about to land on him, he rushed into the sect. It was a hair's breadth away from danger, so he didn't dare to try and save the other 9 people. It was true that the Lotus Flower sect had a powerful force protecting its disciples. The deity race was unable to get close to them. Jinghuan said, This is the divine feat, right? It's a new discovery that the divine feat can be used like this. Chu Li shook his head. Once they're on guard, I won't be able to escape either. Jinghuan frowned and thought for a moment before slowly nodding. Once he was noticed by the deity race, it would be useless even if he used the god's limbs. He would activate his god's eyes the moment he saw him, or even hide in the dark. By the time he sensed danger and escaped, it would already be too late. What he feared the most was directly freezing him in the void. That would be the most terrifying, and he might not even be able to return to the golden pool for reincarnation. His soul would be lost in the void turbulence, and he wouldn't know where he would enter reincarnation. Jingxue asked, Then what do we do? At that moment, Su Xian came out gracefully and scanned the surroundings of the hall. She didn't see the other 9 people, so she looked at Jinghuan in puzzlement. Jinghuan smiled bitterly. Uncle Master, we encountered 3 sky gods on the way. It seems like they discovered our return and specially intercepted us. Oh, okay. Su Xian nodded. I'll report this to the sect. You don't need to go. It's all thanks to junior brother Jingru's divine feat that we were lucky enough to escape, said Jinghuan. Su Xian chuckled and said, The divine feat is indeed unique, but it still has to be based on the Lotus secret technique. Jingru, you can't lose the bigger picture because of small gain. Don't think that you can run amok just by relying on the divine feat. Chu Li nodded. Thank you, Masters Junior Su Xian. Su Xian smiled sweetly. It's good that you understand. She was worried that Chu Li did not mean what he said and would not listen to her. Youngsters were all conceited, feeling that they possessed divine abilities, unique and unmatched. That was why they looked down on the people of this world, disregarding the threat of heavenly deities, thus ending their own lives. He ascended from the lower realm. Unless he could step into the 9th level in one go and have the power to protect himself, he would definitely be reincarnated. Once he reincarnated and was reborn in the golden pool, all the inheritances from the lower realm would be washed away. He could only rely on the lotus wheel to inherit the lotus secret technique. Therefore, the real key was still the lotus secret technique. The rest were just fleeting clouds that would eventually be washed away. Instead of wasting time and effort to cultivate those mental cultivation methods that were destined to be washed away, it was better to focus on the endless inheritance of the lotus secret method. Even if it would be washed away in the golden pool, it would still be hidden in the soul bit by bit and have a huge impact. This tiny bit of influence could cause one's cultivation to advance extremely quickly. She could not explain everything in detail right away. She could only hope that Chuli would listen to her and not be stubborn and arrogant. You can go back first. I won't send you out for the next few days, Su Exine said. Chuli and Jingxue bowed with pressed palms and glided away on the lotus seat. Jingxue said, "Senior brother Jingru, thank you." Her jade-like face tensed up. She was extremely dissatisfied with her performance. Her cultivation level was clearly higher, and her senses were sharper. She was better than Chuli in every aspect, but Chuli was the one who saved her every time. She owed him a huge favor, which made her feel depressed. Chuli shook his head and smiled. "It's just a coincidence. It's also your fate, junior sister." The two soon arrived at Jingxue courtyard. Jingxue bowed with pressed palms, pushed the door open, and glided in. Chuli also returned to his courtyard and began to cultivate the lotus secret technique. He was thinking about how he could quickly raise the level of the lotus secret technique. What he saw and heard today made him very vigilant. If his cultivation level was too low, he would be at the mercy of others. Even if he could reincarnate with the golden pool, without his current intelligence, it would not be easy to cultivate the lotus secret technique again. Therefore, no matter what, he must not be killed. He looked at the gradually blooming lotus in the pool and smiled. It seemed that he had quite a lot of merits and would soon condense another golden lotus. Compared to the golden lotus, his cultivation speed was much slower. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chu Li was cultivating the lotus secret technique in an attempt to make it more pure. Only with greater purity could he rise to a higher level. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jing Huan was standing outside. Chu Li bowed with pressed palms. Jing Huan smiled. "Junior brother, can we fight again?" "No problem." Chu Li agreed happily. Jing Huan said, "Then let's go out today and pick some snow silver flowers." Chu Li nodded. Jing Huan knocked on Jing Shue's door again, and she agreed without hesitation. The three fluttered out of the lotus sect and headed south. Jing Shue frowned. "Senior brother Jing Huan, it's just the three of us?" "Yes," Jing Huan said. "The three of us are smaller targets and won't attract the deity race's attention. The snow silver flower is an important medicinal ingredient, but can only be found in the south. That's why we have to enter the deity race's territory." "What if we fail?" Jing Shui asked. Jing Huan said, "Strive not to fail. Otherwise, we won't be able to refine many spirit pills without the snow silver flower. This is something that can't be helped. We've always lacked the snow lotus. This time, with junior brother Jingru, there's more hope." "Divine feet?" Jing Shui asked. Jing Huan said, "Divine feet has its own mysteries. We might be able to pick the snow silver flowers if we take the risk." Chu Li said, "Senior brother, why don't you let me do it myself? He would be a smaller target by himself, and he would be able to escape faster." Jing Huan laughed. "I want you to do it yourself, but how do you recognize the snow silver flowers? And how do you know where they are? I'm leading the way this time. Once we find them, you can send me back first. The two of you can pick them." Chu Li slowly nodded. Jing Huan said, "Junior sister Jing Shui will be on the lookout while you pick the snow silver flowers. I think there's a lot of hope if the two of you work together." "I hope so," Jing Shui said. She was very confident in her keen intuition. Every time, she would be the first to discover the enemy. Unfortunately, her light body technique was not good enough. If she worked together with Chu Li, they could make use of their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. They were very lucky that they did not encounter any enlightened masters along the way. Even if they were attacked by wild beasts or birds, Jing Shui could warn them in advance, allowing them to avoid them easily. Half a day later, they arrived at a valley. Jing Huan said in a low voice, "This is where the snow silver flowers are produced. Let's go." Jing Shui shook her head. "We can't go in. There's danger." Jing Huan frowned. Jing Shui slowly nodded. "There's an astonishing amount of danger inside. We'll definitely die if we go in. How about this? I'll go in and take a look first. You guys can take the opportunity to sneak in." Jing Huan said in a low voice, "Seize the opportunity and pick every snow silver flower you can. Plucking the snow silver flowers is a great merit." Chu Li nodded vigorously. "Senior brother, be careful." Chapter 39:29. With that said, the lotus seat beneath his feet carried him like a beam of light as he burrowed into the valley. Ding, 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 ding. A clear cry sounded. Chu Li and Jing Shui followed closely behind and saw a winged white tiger pouncing at Jing Huan. The lotus wheel in front of Jing Huan spun to meet the attack, but it was gently flapped away by the white tiger's long wings. Jing Huan's figure flashed as he dodged pathetically. The flying tiger's wings were very long, making its body appear petite. With a gentle flap, its body was like a flash of light. It was unbelievably fast, and the lotus wheel could barely block it. Chu Li shook his head. It wasn't that the lotus wheel wasn't powerful, but that the level of the lotus secret technique was too low. If he had used the third level of the lotus secret technique, the lotus wheel would probably have slain the flying tiger. He couldn't care about anything else as his gaze landed on the dense, snow-white flowers beside him. The snow-silver flowers lived up to their name. They were as white as silver, and the fist-sized flowers were like the peonies Chu Li had seen before. They were beautiful and compelling as they shimmered under the sunlight. They looked like they were made of silver and not real flowers. He took a step in front of a snow-silver flower, opened his sleeves, and swallowed it like a whale. The snow-silver flowers left their branches and burrowed into his sleeves. The branches and flowers split open, and the cut was smooth. However, the lotus wheel silently sliced through it. The lotus wheel remained invisible. He was getting more and more familiar with the lotus wheel. It could be hidden and invisible to others, but it truly existed in the void. The lotus wheel seemed to fuse with the void, like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Jing Shui was also busy plucking flowers. She opened her sleeves, and the snow-silver flowers burrowed in. She suddenly turned her head and shouted, "Oh no! Woo!" With a long howl, four shadows shot over. One shot at Jing Huan, while the other two shot at Chu Li and Jing Shui. Chu Li had already received Jing Shui's warning. The next moment, he pulled her to Jing Huan's side. Bam! He suddenly flew out. He had already suffered a blow to his back. He flapped his wings gently, but it was like a mountain had crashed into him. He flew out involuntarily, but he still pulled Jing Shui and Jing Huan along. A total of 5 tigers pounced at them at the same time, about to tear them apart. Chu Li and company suddenly vanished. The 5 tigers almost collided with each other and came to a sudden stop. Their long wings flapped, and their woo-woo sound were filled with anger. Soon after, they circled around the valley, and their long roars rang out incessantly. The 3 of them appeared in front of the basilica. Chu Li slumped onto the lotus seat, crossed his legs, and began channeling to heal his injuries. Su Xin floated over. A smile appeared on her jade-like face as she nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, being able to return safely was already a miracle. Even if he failed, he could still try again. "Uncle Master, junior brother Jingru was injured by the flying tiger," said Jing Huan with great difficulty. As he spoke, he weakly sat down on the lotus seat and crossed his legs. His face was as pale as paper. The few attacks just now had already consumed all of his energy. coupled with the fact that he had almost been completely annihilated at the last moment, he was so frightened that he was on the verge of collapse. Su Xian went behind Chu Li and patted his back lightly. Chu Li felt a chilly force seeping into his internal organs, instantly reducing the scorching force by half. He took the opportunity to channel his inner energy to help this chilly force, but unfortunately, it still could not suppress the scorching force. They continued to wreak havoc in his internal organs, destroying his body without end. Su Xian exclaimed in surprise and patted Chu Li's back again. It seems that the flying tiger you encountered was quite powerful, but your luck is really good. It's just a flying tiger. In the past, the guardian beast of that valley wasn't the flying tiger, but the experts of the deity race. If a group of people went, only a few would be able to return safely. No matter how many people went, they would be helpless. Later on, the experts of the 9th level of the Lotus Secret Technique couldn't beat them, and the snowy silver flowers became fewer and fewer. They were already in dire need. Who would have thought that when they went to probe, it was actually just a flying tiger? Jingxue said, "Uncle Master, there's a deity race expert there, but he probably saw that we were too weak and couldn't be bothered to make a move. So he only sent a flying tiger. How lucky." Su Xian nodded. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. The omniscient mystical mirror didn't detect the deity race expert, but Jingxue did. Clearly, she had a secret technique similar to the omniscient mystical mirror, or even more powerful. He vaguely felt that after coming to this world, the omniscient mystical mirror had lost its sharpness and was slow and difficult to operate. He also found a reason. The omniscient mystical mirror had fused with the mystical sky mirror and was a wondrous art for divining the mysteries of heaven. This world was different from the world below. The laws of heaven and earth were different, so divining the mysteries of heaven was naturally inaccurate. This caused the omniscient mystical mirror to be difficult to operate. If he wanted to integrate it once more, he needed to have a clear understanding of this world. The more he understood, the more wonderful it would be. The omniscient mystical mirror's power would become stronger, but now it could only act as his eyes. It could see further and deeper, but its prediction of danger was far from enough. Will I be so lucky next time? Jinghuan opened his eyes and shook his head. Junior brother Jinru, you were too willful this time. You shouldn't have cared about me. Leaving was the most important thing. You have to understand that compared to the snowy silver flowers, my life isn't worth mentioning. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Jinghuan sighed. Junior brother Jinru, I'm naturally grateful that you saved my life, but this time, you made the wrong choice. What if the deity race expert suddenly attacked? Then everything between us would be destroyed, and even you guys would have to accompany me in reincarnation. Jinru, you still haven't gotten used to the way of thinking of us Lotus Sect disciples. Life and death aren't important. The mission is the most important. Even if you die, you have to complete it. Su Xian smiled sweetly. It seems unreasonable, but death is indeed no big deal to us Lotus Sect disciples. Chu Li said, Master Junior, I understand. That's good. Su Xian smiled sweetly. God's limbs also contributed this time, but I still have to remind you that God's limbs isn't enough. Chu Li nodded slowly, indicating that he understood. He slowly took out the snowy silver flowers from his sleeve, one after another. In the end, there were a total of 64 flowers, and Jingshue's sleeve contained 40. Over 100 snowy silver flowers made Su Xian beam with joy. Her smile surpassed the snowy silver flowers. Su Xian suddenly laughed out loud. Good, good, truly impressive. Chu Li and Jingxue looked at her in surprise. Jing Huan understood and didn't reveal any strange expression. Su Xian restrained her laughter and shook her head with a sigh. It's been a long time since I've harvested so many snowy silver flowers. This is a great emergency. Jingru, Jingxue, you've contributed a lot this time. The sect will reward you. Chu Li said, Masters Junior, there's no need for a reward. Ever since he entered the Lotus sect, he had received the inheritance of the secret Lotus technique and the golden pool to reshape his body. He had received great grace. A mere snowy silver flower really wasn't worth much of a reward. If I give you a reward, just take it. Don't be so long-winded. Su Xian scoffed. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Su Xian turned to look at Jing Xue and Jing Huan. And you guys, there's no lack of rewards. I'll go back first. She waved her sleeve, and the snowy silver flowers on the ground disappeared. She was carried away by the lotus flower. What rewards will there be? Jing Xue asked. Jing Huan said, once the sect rewards, they won't be stingy. It won't be an ordinary item. Chu Li's heart suddenly moved. He felt the strangeness of his golden lotus of merit. Chapter 39:30. He opened his mouth and threw the golden lotus seed into it. It turned into a fresh breath that circulated in his internal organs and quickly nourished his body. He naturally activated the secret lotus technique, and the third level was suddenly connected. All kinds of puzzles and problems were naturally solved. He stepped into the third level of the secret lotus technique in one go, and the lotus seat under his feet had already turned into a three-layered lotus. He moved slightly, and two figures of him appeared on the spot, one real and one fake, but it was caused by the speed. He could not help but shake his head. The power of the secret lotus technique at the third level had increased several times. Just the speed alone was already a few times faster than before, and the secret lotus technique greatly increased the speed. Woo! The lotus wheel broke through the air and instantly circled the courtyard. He had already deduced that the speed of the lotus wheel had also increased by 2 times. It was really unparalleled, and it might have already exceeded the reaction speed. He could not help but sigh. If it was already so overbearing at the third level, then how powerful would it be at the 9th level? He suddenly turned his head to look at the courtyard next to him. Jing Xue's courtyard also had a strange phenomenon. The merit golden lotus seed was condensed, and after she swallowed it, she also reached the 3rd level. Then, his gaze fell on Jing Huan. Jing Huan's courtyard was above them, more than 200 meters away. At this time, he also swallowed the merit golden lotus, and his skill greatly increased to the 3rd level. Su Xian gently knocked on the door, then pushed it open and entered. Seeing the lotus seat under Chu Li's feet, she pursed her lips and smiled. It's reached the 3rd level. Is the merit enough? Chu Li said, I didn't expect the merit of picking the snow silver flower to be so great, because the snow silver flower is too important to our lotus sect. It's related to life and death. Su Xian said, although you didn't kill any important people this time, the merit is immeasurable. Condensing only 1 golden lotus seed is already very little. Chu Li said, since the snow silver flower is so important, it should be planted in the sect, but it's not here now. That means it can only grow in that valley, right? Su Xian nodded lightly and sighed emotionally. Worldly oddities naturally need a very special environment to live. We've tried for a long time, but we can't plant the snow silver flower here. We want to, but we can't. Chu Li pondered. It can't grow? It can't. Su Xian shook her head and said, that valley might contain a strange energy that stimulates the growth of the snow silver flowers. If we leave that valley, the snow silver flower's vitality will gradually dissipate. We can only use it as medicine as soon as possible. Chu Li said, Masters Jr., I want to try. You? Su Xian asked in surprise. You're proficient in planting? Chu Li nodded slowly, revealing a confident look. All right, you can give it a try. However, you need to find a snow silver flower tree, Su Xian said with a frown. This was not an easy task. It was pure luck that they were able to pluck so many snowy silver flowers the last time. Seeing how Chu Li and the others received such a huge amount of merit, it was obvious how rare it was. This time, if the 3 of them went again, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Chu Li said, Masters Jr., I'll go. Alone? Su Xian asked. Chu Li nodded. That's enough. If I can't do it myself, there's no point in going. Masters Jr., I'll go too. Jing Xue stepped into Chu Li's courtyard and calmly said, I can help senior brother Jingru. All right. Su Xian nodded slowly. She wasn't too optimistic either, but they had all ascended from the lower realm and were elites among elites. It was very likely that they had some unique secret skills and could do what others couldn't. There might even be a surprise. Masters Jr., I'll go too. Jing Huan also appeared. He was prepared to exchange pointers with Chu Li. He sighed inwardly, as expected of someone who had ascended from the lower realm. He was indeed worth befriending. He didn't expect to encounter such a scene and take the initiative to ask to fight. Chu Li shook his head. Jing Huan, you don't have to go. Su Xin shook her head. The two of them are enough. If they can succeed, then so be it. If they can't, we won't lose much. If they can't, you can try alone. Jing Huan had more combat experience. If he acted alone, he would be a smaller target and it would be easier to escape. Chu Li smiled. Don't worry, senior brother Jing Huan. If I really can't do it, I'll use God's limbs to come back. I'm just afraid it'll be too late. Jing Huan shook his head and sighed. If it's really as junior sister Jingxu has said, and there's a deity race master there, he'll probably use his God's eye the moment he sees you. I'll be careful, Chu Li said. Jing Huan shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he didn't force it. Chu Li pulled up Jingxu's sleeve and disappeared in a flash. Masters Jr., can they succeed? Jing Huan frowned and said worriedly, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. Not necessarily. Su Xin smiled sweetly. They're people with outstanding comprehension and quick reactions. You'll be a burden if you go. Jing Huan smiled helplessly. The next moment, Chu Li and Jing Shui appeared on a mountain peak. Jing Shui swept her gaze across the valley and sensed it with rapt attention. She shook her head. There's still fatal danger. There's even a deity race master guarding there. Chu Li muttered to himself in silence. Jing Shui said, We'll definitely die if we go in this time. Then we won't go in, Chu Li said. Jing Shui smiled. How are we going to pluck the snow silver tree if we don't go in? Chu Li closed his eyes and opened them a moment later. Let's go. The two appeared on another mountain peak in a flash and arrived in front of a strange fruit tree. These fruits resembled peaches but weren't peaches. They didn't have any peculiar smell, but they looked extremely bright. Jing Shui's expression changed slightly as she said hurriedly, They're highly poisonous. Chu Li nodded. They should be. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly. A brightly colored red fruit floated over and hung in front of him. Chu Li didn't reach out to take it. The next moment, he brought Jing Shui to a cave. The cave looked serene and deep, and there was a faint sweet smell coming from it. Jing Shui's expression changed again. There's poison here. Chu Li smiled. Yes, there is. Roar. A low growl suddenly came from the cave. Then, a gray monkey came out. The voice wasn't a monkey's, but it was deep like thunder. It stood at the entrance of the cave and stared coldly at the two. Its eyes opened and closed like cold lightning. Jing Shui frowned and tensed up. She was already prepared to attack. Chu Li suddenly tossed out that brightly colored fruit. The gray monkey nimbly caught it and threw it into its mouth after a glance. The juice flowed everywhere and the fragrance assailed its nostrils. It revealed an intoxicated expression. Chu Li stared at it motionlessly. Then, he slowly extended his hand. The gray monkey looked at his hand warily. Then, it slowly extended its furry right palm. Their palms came together. Chu Li immediately entered the void of its mind through his eye of insight. The two began to communicate. A moment later, the gray monkey growled and suddenly turned into a ray of gray light before disappearing. Jing Shui looked at him curiously. Chu Li smiled. I'm asking it to help me get a snow silver tree. It can help? Jing Shui asked doubtfully. Chu Li said, it likes to eat that kind of fruit just now. However, that fruit is also difficult to find, so it can get it. Chapter 39-31. Jingshue's bright eyes moved as she looked around. Her delicate body was tense, ready to attack at any time. This was a dangerous place where beasts could pounce at any time. Moreover, these beasts were a huge threat. Even with the three-stage Lotus Secret technique, they would still be devoured. Chu Li smiled. This gray monkey is a spirit monkey. Its intelligence isn't inferior to humans, but it's a bit greedy. The huge amount of merit this time made him overjoyed. He also wanted to farm merit points and had been thinking about how to get the snowy silver flower. Picking the snowy silver flower didn't mean he had to do it himself. He hadn't been able to display his abilities. In the lower realm, the heavenly spirit scripture was a forbidden technique, but it was different in this realm. He could feel the heavenly spirit scripture's liveliness. The drooping heavenly spirit beast on the tree of life and death was now full of vigor and intelligence. Since he couldn't rely on Buddhism's divine power, the heavenly spirit scripture was his unique advantage. There were more birds and beasts in this world, and they were more intelligent. The heavenly spirit scripture was like a fish in water here. The gray monkey was able to touch his palm because of the heavenly spirit beast. Without the heavenly spirit scripture and heavenly spirit beast, the gray monkey wouldn't have approached or believed anyone else, even if they were as pure as Jingxue. With the heavenly spirit scripture, he could communicate with spirit beasts and borrow their power. The deity race could control these beasts, but he might not be able to. Unfortunately, his two beasts were still sleeping in the lower realm. If they were by his side, it would be much easier for him in this world. That was why he couldn't die no matter what. Once he died, he would be reincarnated in the golden pond and his memories would be sealed. With his original aptitude and without the scripture of wisdom, his comprehension wouldn't be far from ordinary people. Jingxue frowned. Why isn't it here yet? Could have been killed by an enlightened master? Chu Li shook his head. The deity race is very friendly to beasts. They won't kill it unless it's absolutely necessary. Jingxue said, beasts act on instinct and are straightforward. They would have picked it if they could. Something must have happened since it hasn't appeared yet. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Junior sister, you've underestimated its intelligence. It's definitely not inferior to humans. It's patient and must be waiting for an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray shadow suddenly flashed past. The gray monkey then appeared in front of them, holding a small tree in his hand. It was about the same height as Chu Li. Chu Li was overjoyed. 3 brightly colored fruits flew towards the gray monkey. Woo! The gray monkey roared excitedly and tossed the snow-silver blossom towards Chu Li. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed one of the fruits. Then, it carefully caught the fruits with its remaining hand. As the juice flowed in all directions, it quickly swallowed the fruit in its mouth. Then, it whimpered a few times and gestured twice. Chu Li nodded and placed his hand on its shoulder. It allowed Chu Li to do whatever he wanted and was not on guard. Chu Li patted its shoulder, then disappeared in a flash with the snow-silver flowering tree and Jingxue. Jingxue was still in shock. When Chu Li appeared in his courtyard, it asked, "What did it just say?" Chu Li smiled and said, "It said we can work together. It can even get the snowy silver flower tree. There are indeed deity race masters in that ravine. I'll definitely die if I go there." Jingxue asked in puzzlement, "You can communicate with it?" Chu Li said, "It's the Buddhist's eye of insight. Buddhist divine powers still have unique uses," marveled Jingxue. Su Xian was still there. She stared at the snowy silver flowering tree in Chu Li's hand. Her bright eyes were already slightly red, as if she was about to cry. Chu Li asked, "Masters Junior, is this the snowy silver flower?" All right. Su Xian did not hold out much hope at first, but when she saw this, she sighed in admiration. "This is the true snow silver flower tree." Chu Li smiled. "That's good. Jingru, do you really know planting techniques?" Su Xian looked at him hesitantly. Although she had agreed to let Chu Li give it a try, when she really saw the snow silver flowering tree, she couldn't bear a part with it. In the past, when the deity clan didn't exist, they had already experimented countless times without success, so they could experiment as much as they wanted. But ever since the deity race appeared, they couldn't even obtain a snowy silver flower, let alone a snowy silver flower tree. It was extremely rare, and they had never succeeded. Their experience was completely useless. Su Xian couldn't help but feel reluctant when she saw the snow silver flowering tree. Chu Li said, "Masters Junior, I'll give it a try. I can't guarantee that I'll succeed." All right, then you can give it a try. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Su Xian spat out these words with difficulty. She suddenly thought that since this Jingru had always been creating miracles and had always had good luck, maybe she would have good luck this time as well. If she could really plant the snowy silver flower tree, the lotus sex predicament would be solved. Her heart thumped nonstop when she thought of this, and she couldn't help but feel hopeful. Chu Li said, "Then I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll go get 2 more." As he spoke, he picked up the snowy silver flower tree and directly planted it in the flower bed at the southeast corner. He dug a hole, stuck it in, and buried it. He waved his hand, and a stream of water from the nearby lotus pond flew out and sprinkled down in midair, evenly sprinkling on the snowy silver flower tree. Su Xian opened her mouth, but eventually closed it. She wanted to remind Chu Li that he couldn't do this. This was simply a reckless waste of natural resources. It was like planting an ordinary tree. The snowy silver flower tree was very precious, so how could it be treated like this? However, she remembered that she had already handed it over to Chu Li, so she shouldn't say anything and just wait for the final result. She thought that out of sight, out of mind, so she smiled sweetly. "Jingru, nurture it well. Call me when it really grows, and we'll see the results tomorrow morning." Chu Li fist saluted. Su Xian fluttered away. Jingxue sized up the snowy silver flower tree. "Can it really grow?" Chu Li said, "It shouldn't be a problem. Is it also a Buddhist divine power?" Jingxue asked. Chu Li shook his head. Jingxue revealed a smile. "All of us have secrets. Senior brother, you have them, and so do I. Senior brother Jingjin has even more." As she spoke, she glanced in the direction of Jingjin's courtyard with a solemn expression. Chu Li asked, "Is he really that dangerous?" He couldn't see through Jingjin's thoughts, nor did he feel his killing intent, but he believed that Jingxue wouldn't lie to him. He had always been on guard, and the Great Circle mystical mirror had been observing Jingjin's courtyard. Jingjin's cultivation was different from theirs. His movements were strange, and it was completely different from the secret lotus technique. Moreover, his body would flash with a black light from time to time. It was mysterious and dignified, and no one dared to underestimate him. Right at that moment, a muffled bang was heard from Jingjin's body. Then, the muffled sounds rang out incessantly. It was as if a heavy drum was being beaten in his body. Jingjin's body kept flashing with black light. With each sound, the black light became denser. After 28 sounds, the black light had completely covered him. It looked like there was only a black fog, and his figure couldn't be seen. Chu Li frowned. He didn't know what kind of mystical technique this was. Jingshue's expression was solemn as she said, "Senior brother Jingjin is in even more danger now." Chu Li nodded. As he spoke, he channeled the life and death scripture and transferred vitality into the snowy silver flower tree. He saw that the snowy silver flower tree's vitality was constantly dissipating at an extremely fast rate. At this rate, it would completely die in 2 hours. The life and death scripture slowed down the speed of its death, but it was still rushing toward destruction. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 39-32. She was extremely sensitive and could faintly sense the snowy silver tree's abnormality, but did not ask. Chu Li frowned and pondered. If this went on, he still wouldn't be able to save the snow silver tree, let alone make it bloom. It needed enough vitality. The withering and thriving tree was already increasing its vitality very quickly, but couldn't withstand its special characteristics, so it was dying even faster. He glanced around and shook his head. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant and much richer than the lower realm. It could also be converted into inner energy, so the martial arts in this world were especially powerful. Inner energy could be released and looked magical. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was pure and abundant, but it did not mean that the vitality was much stronger. This vitality was a power that surpassed spiritual energy. It was a level higher and was born from the earth, nurturing and creating all things. He thought about it and waved his hand. A stone flew into his hand. The lotus will broke out of the void and gently swept across the stone. The stone turned into 4 stone talismans. They were the size of a palm, uniform in thickness and as smooth as a mirror. "What are you doing?" Jingxue suddenly laughed. "Are you setting up a formation?" Chuli nodded. "Junior sister Jingxue knows formations too. I know a thing or two." Jingxue nodded. Chuli smiled. "Can formations be used in this world?" Jingxue shook her head. "It's useless. It's 2 different worlds. The original formation has no effect." Chuli frowned and pondered. He nodded slowly. Since the formation in Jingxue's world could not be used in this world, his formation would probably be useless too. However, he would not give up until he tried. He quickly set up a small 4-elephant formation, but there was no reaction. He picked up another stone and did the same thing, carving Yuan on it. The moment the Yuan was done, he mobilized his inner energy. A wave gradually spread out. Chuli smiled. He did not expect the Yuan to be useful in this world. His excitement quickly dissipated. After activating a few Yuan, he realized that the power of the Yuan was greatly reduced. It was many times weaker. As such, the value of the Yuan was not great. Even if it could be used, it was useless. He shook his head and sighed. Jingxue said, "Senior brother, there's no rush. The Lotus sect should have formations. You could just learn them." "I'm afraid not." Chu Li shook his head. Previously, he had already used the omniscient profound void mirror to take a look. Although the Lotus Flower sect was protected by an invisible power and was extremely bizarre, there were no other formations set up in the Lotus Flower sect. Even the lotus ponds in the courtyard were not formations, but an even more bizarre power. He could not figure out this power, but it seemed to be related to the power of merit. This was a completely foreign realm to him, and he judged that his cultivation level was too low. When his cultivation level was deep enough, he would naturally enter the next level. Jingxue said, "Since formations can be used in this world, how can a large sect like the Lotus Flower sect not have one?" Chuli pondered for a moment before he turned around and glided out of the courtyard. He arrived in front of a basilica. Su Xian had already sensed his presence and glided out of the basilica to welcome him. Chuli expressed his intentions for coming. He wanted to know if the Lotus sect had any formations. "There are." Su Xian gently nodded and frowned. "But the array formation needs the snow silver flower as a guide. Snow silver flower was scarce a while ago, so the sect's array formation was turned off." Chuli raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the snowy silver flower to be the catalyst for the formation. "You also know about formations?" Su Xian said, "Wait a moment." She left quietly and returned after a short while with a wooden box in her hand. It was about half the height of a person and looked unusually heavy, but she carried it as if it was made of paper. She handed it to Chu Li and said, "This is the secret book of our sect's formations. You can take a look. I believe that with your comprehension, you'll be able to learn and understand it." Chu Li was overjoyed and closed fist saluted. "Thank you, Masters Junior." Su Xian said, "Formations are only auxiliary. The key is still the secret method of the lotus. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture and go astray." Chu Li closed fist saluted and nodded, gliding away. Su Xian looked at his back and shook her head. This disciple's aptitude was excellent, but his mind was a mess. His achievements were probably limited. Could he really grow a living, snowy, silver flower? She sighed and turned back. When Chu Li glided back to his courtyard, Jingxue had not left yet. She was waiting for him. When she saw him return with a box, she went forward to help him open it. There were thick books of formations inside. Jingxue picked one up and slowly flipped through it. Chu Li also picked up another one and flipped through it. His movements were fast, and he quickly flipped through one book and then the next. After half a day, he had read the entire box of formation books while activating the life and death scripture and had already imprinted them into his mind. He had already realized that these formation books were different from the ones he had read before. After careful analysis, he realized that the difference was slight, but this slight difference led to a world of difference. He took out a snowy silver flower from his sleeve and squeezed it gently. The juice that flowed out was smeared on the stone plate with the yuan carved on it. The stone plate's aura instantly flourished and was already comparable to the yuan in the lower realm. As time passed, the power of the yuan increased. Chu Li smiled. Compared to formations, the yuan was simpler and more profound. It was harder to learn, but it was more convenient to learn than formations. He quickly wrote a few yuan and smeared the snowy silverflower juice. Soon, a few yuan tablets were activated and thrown to the side of the snowy silverflower tree. They formed a formation that absorbed endless vitality and slowed down the speed at which vitality dissipated, giving him a chance to catch his breath. After he threw a few more yuan tablets, the vitality flourished until it reached saturation. It was difficult to increase the speed at which vitality gathered. If it were anyone else, they would only be able to watch it dissipate even if they had abundant vitality. They would not be able to save the snowy silverflower tree. The snowy silverflower tree would not actively absorb vitality. Chu Li had the life and death scripture, so he gathered it on the snowy silverflower tree and increased its vitality. Jing Shui was shocked as she watched his snowy silverflower tree turn from listless to full of vitality. Then, it slowly produced flower buds and seemed to be about to bloom. Its growth speed was amazingly fast. She had not expected the snowy silverflower tree to grow so quickly. However, Chu Li knew that this was due to the catalysis of vitality. With abundant vitality, the power of the life and death scripture was beyond imagination. Under Jing Shui's gaze, the snowy silverflower tree grew larger bit by bit. Then flower buds appeared and it bloomed. In the early morning, a flower had already bloomed on the snowy silverflower tree after the night had passed. However, before the snowy silverflower tree could completely unfurl, Chu Li and Jing Shui stared at it. Suddenly, a black shadow swept towards the snowy silverflower tree. Chu Li frowned as cold lightning flashed in his eyes. The lotus wheel suddenly blocked in front of the black shadow, but was knocked away with a ding. Then, a black light wrapped around the lotus wheel. The golden light on the lotus wheel flickered incessantly as it fought with the black light. A black shadow had already arrived in front of the snowy silverflower tree and was reaching out to pluck the tree. Ding! Another lotus wheel blocked in front of him. It was Jing Shui's lotus wheel. A black light wrapped around Jing Shui's lotus wheel again. The lotus wheel froze and began to fight with the black light. The black shadow had already revealed itself. It was Jing Zhen. "Senior brother Jing Zhen, what are you doing?" Jing Shui shouted in a deep voice. Jing Zhen's eyes were smiling, but his hands did not slow down. He continued to reach towards the snowy silverflower tree. Bang! Chu Li had already blocked in front of him. His right palm met Jing Zhen's left palm, producing a loud, dull sound. Chapter 39-33. His originally white palm seemed to have been smeared with a layer of ash, becoming dim and lightless. Furthermore, a cold energy traveled from his palm to his wrist, then to his elbow and shoulder before attacking his heart. It was cold and sharp like a sharp knife stabbing in. The third level of the Lotus secret technique couldn't block it. Buzz! Chu Li suddenly formed a hand seal and let out a shout that sounded like a copper bell being struck. The inside of his body shook as well. His flesh and blood condensed and shook endlessly, emitting a formless wave that dispersed the cold and sharp energy. However, he broke out in a cold sweat and fright and used this secret technique to block it. Jingzhen looked at Chu Li in surprise. He didn't expect Chu Li to be able to block his supreme demonic technique. There was nothing it couldn't attack and could kill people of a higher level. Chu Li said in a low voice, "Junior sister Jingxue, you go first." Jingxue said, "No, let's go together." She was already standing beside Chu Li and staring coldly at Jingzhen. "Who are you?" A smile appeared on Jingzhen's face. "A disciple of the Lotus sect." "What are you doing?" Jingxue frowned. Jingzhen smiled. "Junior sister, I'm just joking. You guys are too serious. This flower is very beautiful, and I want to take it for a look. Why are you making such a fuss?" His gaze swept across the two of them, cold as the wind. He had a smile on his face and a cold gaze, as though he was looking at prey. Chu Li said, "Senior brother Jingjin isn't cultivating the Lotus Secret technique, right? I'm cultivating my original martial arts," Jingjin said. Chu Li sighed in admiration. It's truly a powerful technique with such power. It's a pity that the paths aren't right. Jingjin shook his head and laughed. The paths of martial arts are just a joke. Martial arts that can defeat the enemy are good martial arts. I ascended by killing. Chu Li frowned. Killing for merit? He didn't expect that he would ascend by killing. However, when he thought about Azura, he felt relieved. Every world had its own unique rules. He had ascended by relying on merit, so it wasn't strained for Jingjin to rely on killing. Jing Shue said, "The Lotus sect forbids killing each other. It won't be good if you hurt us." "That's fine." Jingjin smiled. "I'm leaving the Lotus sect." Chu Li stared at him and said, "You've already defected to the deity race?" Jingjin shook his head and said, "No matter how stupid I am, I won't rely on the deity race. Hand over that flower, and I can spare your lives." As he spoke, the lotus wheel had already appeared. His lotus wheel was originally white, with a faint golden light flowing around it. However, his lotus wheel had turned completely black, with a faint dim light flowing around it. It was mysterious and majestic, and no one dared to look at it directly. Chu Li sighed to himself. Although Jingjin's mental cultivation technique was extremely murderous, it was also a mysterious technique with a shocking aura. It was definitely not a simple evil technique. Jing Shue sneered. "Do you really think you can beat us for sure? As long as you shout, someone will come immediately." "That's too late," Jingjin said. "Moreover, my mental cultivation technique is different from this world's. Once I kill them, they'll enter reincarnation. I cultivate the rebirth technique." Jing Shue said, "Then let's give it a try." Chu Li shook his head. "Forget it. The snow silver flower belongs to you. You may leave." Jing Shue hurriedly said, "Senior brother Jingru." Chu Li said, "After all, we're from the same sect. Why must we kill each other? Although the snow silver flower is important, it's not unique in this world. However, there's something I don't understand." "Speak." Jing Zhun's smile widened, and his black wool spun a little slower. "Since Junior Brother is so tactful, I'll try my best to answer." Chu Li asked, "Which sect is Senior Brother Jingjin planning to join?" "The Church of Nine Specters," Jing Zhun said. The rebirth technique was originally the Church of Nine Specters antique study. As long as I join them, I'll be the next leader of the Church of Nine Specters. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He knew that Jing Zhun said this to pressure him. The Lotus sect would not dare to do anything to the next leader of the Church of Nine Specters. Otherwise, the Church of Nine Specters would definitely go to war with the Lotus sect. Chu Li slowly nodded. "All right, I'll give it to you, Senior Brother." As he spoke, he plucked the snow silver flower and gently flicked it. The snow silver flower slowly floated to Jing Zhun's hand. Jing Zhun reached out and grabbed the snow silver flower. A hint of surprise appeared on his face as he chuckled. "Very good. I'll take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to fade as he was about to merge into the void. Swoosh! The black wool instantly reached Chu Li's neck and was about to cut off his head. It flew past Chu Li's head without any obstruction, but it was just a shadow. Chu Li had already disappeared, and so had Jing Shue. Jingjin swept his gaze around, but did not see them. He could only stomp his feet in anger and was about to disappear. Bang! His body suddenly burst with a black light. The snow silver flower in his hand shot a dazzling golden light at him, but it was blocked by the black light. Jingru. He gritted his teeth. He had never been schemed against like this before. It was truly humiliating. He must kill Jingru. As soon as he thought about this, he saw a golden light sprinkling down. Black light burst out from his body and blocked the golden light. For a moment, they were in a stalemate, and the golden light did not touch his body. He looked at the void and saw 4 figures sitting cross-legged on the lotus seats. The lotus seeds were suspended in midair. They each held a huge snow-white lotus in their hands that was about the size of their faces. The snow-white lotus emitted a gentle golden light. This golden light condensed and fused together, forming a golden light that enveloped Jingzhen like a golden net. The four were middle-aged. They were handsome and had gentle and peaceful temperaments. Jingzhen, as a disciple of the Lotus Flower sect, you betrayed the sect and left. You are a traitor of the Lotus Flower sect. Quickly give up resisting. Considering that you have yet to cause a fatal calamity, you can be dealt with leniently. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, your soul will be destroyed and you will never be able to reincarnate. A thin and handsome middle-aged man in the lead shook his head and said, he sized up Jingzhen with a gentle gaze. Although you cultivate the martial arts of the Nine Nether cult, you have inherited the ultimate study of the Lotus Flower sect. You can cultivate both. Why must you betray the Lotus Flower sect and join the Nine Nether cult? With that said, he glanced at Chu Li and Jing Shui, who were standing in the distance. Chu Li and Jing Shui also stood on the lotus seat in the void and looked calmly at Jingzhen. Jingzhen did not even look at the four. Amidst the golden and black light, he glared coldly at Chu Li and Jing Shui. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile that was indescribably cold. Jing Shui said, he's very dangerous. Furthermore, he wants to kill you. Senior brother Jingru, be careful. The Nine Nether cult is very strange. Chu Li nodded slowly. He did not want to cause trouble. He only wanted to find Miss Zhou. Unfortunately, things did not go his way. Trouble came to him, so he could only kill it. Jingzhen was a formidable opponent with limitless potential. Jingzhen stared straight at Chu Li. Jing Shui suddenly said, let's go. Chu Li pulled her and suddenly disappeared. Just as he disappeared, a ripple flashed through the void. It missed by a hair's breadth and failed to injure Chu Li. Chu Li had already appeared elsewhere. He looked at Jingzhen with lingering fear. If not for Jing Shui's sharp senses, he would have been hit. The ripple made his hair stand on end. His entire body felt cold. If he had not dodged it, his life would have been in danger. Chapter 39-34. How could they let them off so easily when they were nothing? Junior brothers, attack with all your might, the thin, handsome middle-aged man said slowly. Yes, senior brother Su Huan, the three of them answered. The lotus in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and the golden light turned purplish gold. It was originally entangled with the black light, but now it suddenly broke through the golden light and reached Jingzhen's chest, wrapping around him. At first glance, Jingzhen seemed to be wearing golden armor. Jingzhen's face was even blocked, so his expression could not be seen. Chu Li shook his head. Seeing that their lotus seeds had 5 layers, he knew how powerful they were. It was a pure suppression. No matter how profound their martial arts were, there was nothing they could do if their skills were too far apart. Jing Shui's face tensed up. She frowned as she stared at Jingzhen under the golden light. The golden light swayed and twisted incessantly. Then black light gradually pierced through and shot out like black needles. Chu Li was shocked. He asked softly, he can still escape? The Nine Ghost cult is very strange. Jingzhen said softly. Senior brother, you haven't read about them, have you? Chu Li shook his head. He had been focused on cultivating and exploring this world with his senses. He wanted to understand the rules of the world from a void, so that the great circle mystical void mirror could regain its clarity and sharpness. Jing Shui said, I've read through a lot of information on the various sections. The Nine Ghost cult is unfathomable, and their disciples are all very strange. Their sect's secret art, the reincarnation method, is even more mysterious and unfathomable. Chu Li asked, can senior brother Jingzhen escape? It's hard to say, Jing Shui said. Chu Li smiled. That can't be. The Lotus sect must know the power of the reincarnation technique. How can they not be prepared? The key is that they don't know that Jingzhen cultivates the reincarnation technique. Jing Shui scoffed. I thought he only cultivated the martial arts of the Nine Ghost cult. I underestimated him and got careless. Chuli nodded slowly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the sky full of black light expelled the purplish gold light. Jingjin stood on a lotus pedestal and floated into the air. His hair fluttered in the wind as black light circled around his body. His eyes shot out black light as he looked down at everyone present like a demon god. The expressions of Su Huan and the others were solemn. Their white robes fluttered in the wind, and the lotus in their hands changed once more. Originally, there was only one, but as the light twisted, it became 5. The 5 lotuses glowed, forming their phantoms. They slowly floated up, and then the 5 phantoms condensed into a golden light that revolved in front of each of them, forming a dazzling golden halo. The golden ring's brilliance circulated, and it was real. The 4 golden rings shot towards Jingjin and condensed into a golden ring in midair that enveloped Jingjin. Jingjin sneered and gently pressed down with his palm. A black palm print flew out and expanded with the wind. In the end, it became 10 times bigger. It held the golden ring in its hand, as if it was a hand holding a golden ring. The golden light and black light clashed once more, and with a loud bang, both of them perished and dissipated. Chuli frowned. Jingxue said softly, "You can tell how powerful this cycle art is, right?" Chuli shook his head and said, "No matter how powerful it is, it's impossible to surpass the gap in skill." Not only were Su Huan and the others' cultivation profound, but it was also extremely pure. The Lotus Secret technique pursued purity in the first place, but seeing that the cycle art was even purer, it was like a wooden knife, no matter how big or heavy, would still be at a disadvantage when it encountered a sharp dagger. However, this was the Lotus sect, not the outside world. Jingjin still couldn't gain an advantage. Suddenly, a hearty laughter rang out and spread throughout the entire Lotus sect. The laughter came from outside, but it could spread throughout the Lotus sect. It could be seen how profound it was, but it didn't shake one's soul. Clearly, the control of inner energy was exquisite and profound, and the heat was just right. 9 Underworld, Zhao Chunquin greets everyone from the Lotus sect. The laughter became clearer and clearer, pleasant to the ear. Jingxue frowned and said, "This is troublesome." Chu Li slowly nodded. It was definitely not a coincidence that Zhao Chunquin suddenly came here. It was clearly for Jingjin. "Protector Zhao, please enter." A gentle and beautiful female voice rang out. "Thank you, Abbess Xim Yao." Zhao Chunquin's voice rang out. Chu Li had already seen the situation outside through the great circle mystical void mirror. A handsome man with a tall and straight figure stood outside with his hands behind his back, stepping on the void. The black robe on his body was faintly discernible, as if it would disappear into the void at any time. It seemed real yet illusory. Following the gentle and beautiful voice, a beautiful nun stepped on a lotus seat and lightly floated to the outside of the sect, standing in front of the handsome man, Zhao Chunquin. Zhao Chunquin gave a fist salute and said with a smile, "Abbess Xim Yao, how have you been?" The beautiful and petite nun said indifferently, "I'm fine." She turned around and lightly floated back, while Zhao Chunquin followed behind her. Jingjin's spirit was greatly lifted. Su Huan and the others also became spirited. The 5 lotuses in their hands burst forth with purple gold light, then condensed into a large punish word. The 4 punish words floated in the air, spinning as they enveloped Jingjin. Jingjin roused himself, and the black light on his body transformed into a sharp sword, stabbing straight at the 4 punish words. Woo! A strange whistling sound rang out. The black light destroyed 3 punish words, but it couldn't block the last one, which was imprinted on his body. Bang! He flew backward and spat out an arrow of blood in the air. He managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty, but his bright eyes became dazed. The black light on his body swayed and became scattered. Taking advantage of his weakness, Jingxue suddenly pulled his sleeve just as he was about to make a move. He turned to look at Jing Xue and saw her eyes, so he stopped moving. A black light instantly condensed in Zhao Chengquan's hand, then disappeared. The next moment, it appeared on Jingzhen's body, which was a mile away. The black light entered his body, and Jingzhen's dazed eyes regained clarity. The swaying black light around his body returned to normal, becoming darker and more profound and majestic. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. This move was amazing, and he couldn't do it. The control of inner energy had reached an unimaginable level. His body was cold, and he didn't dare to move. The petite and beautiful Abbess Eximiao narrowed her bright eyes and said coldly, "Guardian Zhao, this isn't the Church of Nine Specters." Zhao Chengquan smiled and said, "Abbess, I can't just watch my disciple die, can I? Does the Lotus sect want to start a war with the Church of Nine Specters?" "He's a disciple of the Lotus sect," Abbess Eximiao said in a low voice. Zhao Chengquan shook his head and said, "Abbess, he obviously cultivated the martial arts of the Church of Nine Specters. How can he be a disciple of the Lotus sect? Is it a combination of the strengths of both sects?" "That's right," Abbess Eximiao said. "He originally cultivated the martial arts of the Church of Nine Specters, but he reincarnated in the Golden Pool, so he's an official disciple of the Lotus sect. He can't be a disciple of the Church of Nine Specters anymore." "Huh?" Zhao Chengquan shook his head and laughed. "Abbess, did he cultivate the martial arts of the Church of Nine Specters first, or the martial arts of the Lotus sect first?" Abbess Eximiao said lightly, "The Church of Nine Specters. Isn't that so?" Zhao Chengquan smiled and shook his head. "What else is there to say? Since he cultivated the martial arts of the Church of Nine Specters, he's naturally a disciple of the Church of Nine Specters." "Abbess, there's nothing else to say." Eximiao said, "All right, then he entered the Golden Pool once and erased the inheritance of the Lotus sect. He can naturally leave." Chapter 39-35. If he had not ascended from the mortal world, how could the Nine Ghost cults send him here? Moreover, they would risk a war with the Lotus Flower School just to get a new disciple. After seeing this new disciple, Zhao Chengquan was relieved. Sure enough, he did not take such a big risk. This disciple was indeed a person with amazing talent. Moreover, he was practicing the reincarnation arts. He was one of the candidates for the next leader. The Nine Evil Cult's secret art was not something that anyone could cultivate. The key was talent. The Nine Evil Cult had countless secret arts and many disciples, but only 2 or 3 people could cultivate the reincarnation arts. This time, they were lucky. There were already 4. With this one, there would be 5. This meant that the Nine Ghost Cult was going to prosper. Whenever there were many candidates for the next leader, the Nine Ghost Cult would prosper. This was a gift from the heavens to the Nine Ghost Cult. As the left protector of the Nine Ghost Cult, he could not allow this disciple to be harmed. He must bring him back to the cult. Otherwise, he would be the sinner of the Nine Ghost Cult. Moreover, those who could ascend were all people with extraordinary luck. Even the person who was most likely to become the next sect leader would be the person who would make the Nine Ghost Cult flourish. If he couldn't bring him back, he would be too ashamed to return to the cult. Then, are we going to let him take the Lotus Flower School's inheritance? Ximiao snorted. This, Zhao Chengquan pondered and shook his head. Actually, the Lotus Flower School's inheritance is not that rare. We have it in our cult. What? Eximiao frowned and said coldly, "You have our Lotus secret arts?" "Of course." Zhao Chengquan smiled. "What we lack is not the secret arts, but the people who practice them. Moreover, the Lotus secret arts are not afraid of being leaked. Without the Lotus Wheel, the virtuous Golden Lotus, the Lotus Pond, and the Golden Pond, the Lotus secret arts are just ordinary secret arts. It is not much stronger than the other divine arts in our cult." "What a big tone," Eximiao snorted. "Protector Zhao, even if your Nine Ghost Cult has our Lotus secret arts, you cannot take him away. So, we can only start a war?" Zhao Chengquan said. "There's another way." Eximiao said lightly, "Don't threaten us with war. Do you think our Lotus Flower School is afraid of a war with your Nine Ghost Cult? It's just that we're too lazy to fight among ourselves for the sake of the big picture. What else can we do? Zhao Chunkuan smiled. Xi and Miao said, the 9 of us will cast this celestial lotus radiance and erase the traces of the lotus secret art. No. Zhao Chunkuan's face darkened. He knew that the celestial lotus radiance art could erase the most recent memories. It was a strange art, but could also see through other people's memories and understand the reincarnation art. However, the reincarnation art could not be leaked. Once it was seen by someone, the reincarnation technique would emit a strange power that would destroy everything about the host. This was the wondrous part of the reincarnation technique. It could not be broken, so it was impossible for the reincarnation technique to leak out. Xi and Miao frowned and said, then tell me what we should do. Abbess Xi and Miao, our 9 evil cult can trade. Zhao Chunkuan thought for a moment and said, Abbess, give me a price. However, Abbess should know that although the secret lotus technique is wonderful, it is nothing special. The rules of the Lotus Flower School cannot be broken. Xi Miao lightly shook her head. Traitors must be punished. If that's the case, we can't come to an agreement. Zhao Chunkuan frowned. Xi and Miao said, unless he reincarnates or uses the celestial lotus radiance art, it is impossible for him to leave the Lotus Flower School. Then I can only offend you. Zhao Chunkuan said. Xi and Miao snorted. Guardian Zhao, I advise you to reconsider. Our Lotus Flower School is not a place you can come and go as you please. Zhao Chunkuan disappeared in the next moment. Jingxue hurriedly said, go. Chuli activated God's limbs and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared 30 feet away with an ugly expression. Jingxue had already fallen into Zhao Chunkuan's hands. Zhao Chunkuan pressed his left palm on Jingxue's right shoulder and smiled at Xi and Miao, who followed closely behind. Jingxue hurriedly shook her head at Chuli. Xi and Miao frowned and said coldly with a gloomy face, Guardian Zhao, are you determined to start a war with our Lotus Flower School? Just the opposite. Zhao Chunkuan said, I know this little abbess is also a powerful person with a boundless future. Is it worth it to exchange for a traitor? The Lotus Flower School's rules cannot be changed, Xi and Miao said coldly. That means we have to sacrifice this little abbess? Zhao Chunkuan asked. Xi and Miao said, Guardian Zhao, have you forgotten? Even if she dies, she will only be reborn from the golden pool. Then don't forget, little abbess, I have cultivated the reincarnation technique, Zhao Chunkuan scoffed. Xi and Miao shook her head. You haven't cultivated the reincarnation technique. You can't kill her. Then let's try. Zhao Chunkuan put away his smile and said in a low voice. Chu Li's mind turned quickly, thinking of a way to defeat the enemy. He could not watch Jingxue die in front of him. Moreover, looking at her face, she already had the will to die. If he did not make a move quickly, she would immediately commit suicide, and everything would be over. Jingxue must have cultivated a mystical technique, or else she would not have such keen intuition. Once she was reborn from the golden pool, this mystical technique would be washed away, which was tantamount to giving up her greatest advantage. He suddenly formed a hand seal and shouted, Moo! The sound was like a bronze bell, shaking the surroundings. In the void of his mind, all the Buddhas and demons formed hand seals and shouted, Moo! All of their spiritual energy poured out and resounded in the void. The next moment, he appeared beside Jingxue and pulled her to Xi and Miao's side. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the void, then a force spread everywhere. Xi and Miao had already waved her sleeve energy to block the pursuing palm energy. The turbulent force pressed down like a mountain, forcing Chu Li and Jingxue to take 4 steps back. Moreover, they were beside Xi and Miao, so the palm energy was blocked. If it was not blocked, Chu Li was sure that he would have died. As expected of a guardian of the Church of 9 Spirits, the ferocity of her cultivation level and the mystical force of her palm were beyond imagination. All right, Zhao Chunkuan shouted and pounced at Xi and Miao. Xi and Miao gently waved her sleeve, and Chu Li and Jingxue took another 10 steps back. The next moment, Xi Miao and Zhao Qingquan were engaged in a battle. One of them attacked with his palm, and the other waved her sleeve, but Xi Miao did not use the lotus wheel. Jingxue said, "This is the lotus sleeve." Chu Li frowned. "Why not the lotus wheel?" "The lotus sleeve's lethality is not as good as the lotus wheel, but it's unpredictable and difficult to guard against. However, it's better than the lotus wheel," Jingxue said in a low voice. She was very grateful to Chu Li. She did not expect his move to be so effective that it could stun Zhao Qingquan for a moment. After all, there was a huge difference in their cultivation levels, and they had almost no chance of winning. However, Chu Li succeeded and saved her life. Chu Li's advantage was his spiritual power. At this moment, he showed his power because Zhao Qingquan was unprepared and did not expect him to succeed. If Zhao Qingquan had been on guard, things might have turned out differently. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sound was like thunder. Nearby, Jingxun was once again enveloped by the golden light and struggled desperately. Zhao Qingquan shot a black light at him from time to time to help him, so he was not completely captured. Chu Li frowned and thought. "Seeing your brother Jingxun," Jingxue nodded. "I have an idea." Chu Li looked at her in surprise. Jingxue said, "I have a trump card too." Chu Li said slowly, "Try it." Jingxue said, "I'll faint after I use it." "Leave it to me," Chu Li said. Chapter 39-36. Jingxue whispered, "Be careful of that Zhao Qingquan. He wants to kill you." Chu Li narrowed his eyes and whispered, "He wouldn't dare, right? Why wouldn't he?" Jingxue said, "People like them kill like chickens. Plus, the sect might not fight him to the death. Since he dares to come, he must have the confidence to escape." Chu Li said, "Let's kill Jingxun and leave." "Very well." Jingxue nodded slowly. The next moment, her aura disappeared as if she had died, and completely disappeared from the world. Chu Li, who was standing in front of her, could not even sense it. Her soul seemed to have left her body and gone to an unreachable place, leaving only a body behind. TSS. There was a soft whistle. Blood suddenly shot out of Jingxun's mouth over 10 feet away, startling the 4 people who were holding him back in the void. While they were ruthless, they did not kill him. They still wanted to see the outcome of the negotiation between Xi Miao and Zhao Qingquan. They were only temporarily trapping the boy and taking the opportunity to give him a taste of pain so he would understand that the Lotus sect was not a pushover. Unexpectedly, Jingxun suddenly spat out blood with pieces of flesh. His heart was clearly shattered. The next moment, Chu Li felt Jingxue return. He pulled her and disappeared, appearing in front of the valley filled with snowy silver flowers. There was a huge rock at the peak of the mountain in front of the valley. The lotus wheel broke through the air and gently swept past. The top of the rock was cut to the side, and the lower half became a smooth stone bed. He carefully put Jingxue down. Jingxue lay peacefully on her back. Her beautiful face was pale like a fragile jade artifact. It was very pitiful. Chu Li stared at her. He was secretly shocked by the previous attack. It was truly impossible to guard against. First, she hid her aura in the world, then dealt a fatal blow. It was truly a supreme assassination technique. If it were him, he would not have been able to block it. Most importantly, the power of the attack was too shocking. It not only broke through the golden light of the 4 people from the Lotus sect, but also Jingxun's protective black light. It pierced through his heart without any obstruction. This time, Jingxun could only reincarnate into the golden pool. He erased his previous life's memories and the inheritance of the Lotus sect and forgot the 2 of them. Zhao Qingquan and Xi Miao had no need to continue fighting. What was done. Zhao Qingquan could only accept it. No matter how angry he was, they had already disappeared. Hee, good move. Zhao Qingquan suddenly sneered and appeared beside Jingxun the next moment. Xi Miao also stopped and revealed a look of admiration. She glanced around and did not see Chu Li and Jingxue. She shook her head with a smile. It seemed that these two new direct disciples did not have confidence in the Lotus Flower sect and felt that they could not protect them. Abbess, I admire you, Zhao Qinkuan said coldly. I didn't expect that this seat actually failed miserably in an easy task and was actually plotted against by two juniors. He was enraged, and his eyes were filled with cold lightning. Xi and Miao said indifferently, now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more. They are involved in personal grudges. When he comes out of Gold Pond, you can just take him back. This is already our Lotus Flower School, being exceptionally lenient. If it was your 9 evil cult, it wouldn't be so easy. Then I'll have to accept your favor. Zhao Chunkuan sneered. Goodbye. You're not waiting for him to come out of the Gold Pond. Xi and Miao glanced at Jingjin, who was no longer breathing. He has already cultivated our 9 evil cult's divine technique. Even if he reincarnates, he will come from our abyss of 9 spirits. He won't come out of the Gold Pond. Zhao Qinkuan scoffed and carried Jingjin away. Xi and Miao waved her hand. Su Huan and the other 3 who were restless in the void watched as Zhao Qinkuan carried Jingjin away. Masters Jr., Jingjin is not dead yet. Su Huan floated down and said worriedly, what if he? It's okay. Xi and Miao smiled faintly. The 9 evil cult's divine technique was not afraid of being leaked. It was the same for the Lotus Flower School. Even if they obtained the secret Lotus technique, they could not cultivate it. Moreover, without the Lotus Wheel and the various items in the Lotus Flower School, they could not cultivate the secret Lotus technique at all. They could not even enter the first level. Zhao Qinkuan appeared next to Chu Li with Jingjin. Chu Li was watching over Jingxue. He was not in a hurry to wake her up to prevent any accidents. When he saw Zhao Qinkuan carrying Jingjin, he closed fist saluted. Greetings, Guardian Zhao. Good, good. Zhao Qinkuan nodded and sneered. I really underestimated you guys. You're quite a character. His gaze fell on Jingxue. Jingxue was lying quietly as if she had fallen asleep. Zhao Qinkuan was about to attack when Chu Li suddenly said, Guardian Zhao, the opponent is an expert from the deity race. If Guardian Zhao really attacks, you will definitely alarm this expert. Interesting. Zhao Qinkuan laughed and shook his head. I can't beat him, but can I run? Moreover, he's an expert to you, but not necessarily to me. Chu Li said, Guardian Zhao, this is a place even our sect doesn't dare to approach. Our martial arts are weak, so that deity realm expert can't be bothered with us. It's like he can't be bothered with 2 ants. Zhao Qinkuan narrowed his eyes. Chu Li swept a glance at Jingjin and said calmly, Senior brother Jingjin can still be saved, right? Once we fight with that expert and delay Senior brother Jingjin, we'll lose the bigger picture because of small gain. That won't be a small matter, right? He and Jingxue couldn't die, but to the Lotus sect, their life and death wasn't a big deal. They could just start over and get their memories back anyway. But to Chu Li, without his previous memories, he didn't know how long it would take for him to cultivate to the 9th level of the secret Lotus technique. He couldn't wait that long, and neither could Shao Qi and the others. Zhao Qinkuan laughed coldly. Very well. The murderous intent in his heart grew stronger, but it was restrained inside. Jingxue was startled awake by this bone-piercing chill. She slowly came to and looked at Zhao Qinkuan. Chu Li hurriedly asked, Junior sister, how are you? Jingxue shook her head lightly. It's fine. I just need to rest for a few days. Where's this? Chu Li said, That's good. This is that ravine. This. Jingxue sat up with difficulty. The deity realm expert in the ravine won't come out, right? Then we won't be able to live. Chu Li laughed. If we can drag Guardian Zhao down with us, it'll be considered a meritorious deed for the sect. Jingxue said softly, There's no need to do this. Guardian Zhao, he won't die, right? She shook her head and looked at Jingjin. Zhao Qinkuan stared at her coldly, as if he wanted to see through her. Jingxue said, It hasn't disappeared yet, which means he's not dead. Guardian Zhao, you're so calm and not in a hurry to save him. His heart is on the right side. Her beautiful face turned grim. His heart had been pierced through, and pieces of flesh had come out. If he was a normal person, no matter how high his cultivation level was, he would not have lasted long after his heart was shattered. He would have died a long time ago. Since Jingjin was not dead, it was likely that his heart was not shattered. Chu Li shook his head. Junior sister, his heart is indeed shattered. Although his intuition was not as sharp as Jingshue's, the Great Circle mystical void mirror could clearly see Jingjin's current condition. His heart was shattered, but there was a black light circulating in his heart, constantly repairing it and maintaining his vitality. The reincarnation technique that Jingjin cultivated was unbelievably wonderful. He was still alive at this stage, and it seemed like he could recover. Jingxue frowned as she stared at Jingjin. Chu Li said, "We've miscalculated. Let's take our leave." Chapter 39-37. Zhao Qingquan wanted to give chase as soon as he disappeared. He had a way to track Chu Li and Jingxue. Injuring someone from the Nine Ghost cult meant that he would be tracked by the cult's mysterious power, like a lamp in the dark. Oomph. Suddenly, a snort exploded in his ears. A deity expert appeared in front of him, glaring at him coldly. Zhao Qingquan's expression turned gloomy. He looked down at the unconscious Jingjin and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Xian Ming of the deity race." The deity expert said calmly, "I didn't expect to run into someone who walked right into a trap while I was guarding this place. Don't blame me then. Die." He slapped down with his palm. Surging energy appeared out of nowhere and condensed into a palm shadow that covered Zhao Qingquan. Zhao Qingquan's body suddenly burst forth with black light. Bang! He forcefully received the palm and shot out a beam of black light without waiting for Xian Ming to attack again. Xian Ming frowned and condensed his palm energy to block the black light. Chi! Xian Ming's figure froze as he looked down at his chest. He couldn't believe it. When the black light met the palm energy, it suddenly increased in speed and shot his chest in an instant. The next moment, Zhao Qingquan disappeared with Jingjin. "Ah!" Xian Ming roared at the sky. His chest immediately stopped bleeding. Just as he was about to give chase, he thought of his mission and his expression sank. Then he looked down at his bleeding wound and roared. The vertical eye between his brows opened and shot out a beam of golden light. The golden light formed a round mirror and revealed Zhao Qingquan and Jingjin's figures. They were standing on a mountain peak. Zhao Qingquan looked exhausted as he slowly sat down on a rock. Jingjin fell from his hand. Xian Ming laughed coldly and disappeared into the void the next moment. Chu Li and Jingxue suddenly appeared. Jingxue said, "Brother, quick." Chu Li nodded, and the two entered the valley in a flash. The snow-silver flowers bloomed everywhere in the valley. Amidst the fluttering lotus wheels, the snow-silver flowers flew into the big bags in their hands. Compared to their sleeves, their bags could hold 3 or 4 of them. The two lotus wheels danced as the snow-silver flowers flew into the bags like young swallows flying into the forest. In a flash, the bags were filled. Chu Li disappeared with Jingxue. In a short term, they definitely wouldn't dare to come to the valley again. Otherwise, regardless of whether or not the deity race's experts treated them as ants, they would still kill them. When Xian Ming appeared beside Zhao Qingquan, he had a cold smile on his face and was about to kill him with his palm. "Wait," Zhao Qingquan said hurriedly. Xian Ming sneered. "Do you have any last words? To be able to injure me, you have some ability." He had some admiration for Zhao Qingquan. The deity race dealing with humans was like an adult bullying a child. If it weren't for the fact that they possessed peerless secret techniques, they would have long since been wiped out by the deity race and ceased to exist in this world. Zhao Qingquan said, "Do you know what I used to hurt you?" "Speak," Xian Ming said in a deep voice. "I'll let you die a quick death." Zhao Qingquan shook his head and said, "This is our 9 ghost cult's secret technique, the 9 Nether Divine Sword. Although your deity race is strong, you can't block it." Xia laughed in as he has. Zhao Qingquan said, "This is a strange technique that our cult master has recently created. It's specifically designed to restrain your deity race. Your deity race won't have such an easy time in the future. Be careful of our 9 Nether Divine Sword. 9 Nether Divine Sword. Fine, I'll have to experience it. Xiaming gritted his teeth. It was a great humiliation to him that he had been injured by a human. Zhao Qingquan nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared behind him. It was an old man with a white beard and eyebrows. The old man's figure was tall and burly, like an iron tower that stood in the air. He looked down at Xiaming with a calm expression. Zhao Qingquan heaved a sigh of relief. Elder son, thank you for your trouble. Elder son didn't even look at him. Take the people and leave first. All right. Zhao Qingquan didn't decline. He bent down to pick up Jingjin and was about to disappear. Chi. Xiaming's vertical eye opened and shot a beam of golden light at Zhao Qingquan. Ding! Elder Sun was already in front of Zhao Qingquan. He held a strange round mirror in his hand and blocked the beam of golden light. Elder Sun didn't move at all. He had already been frozen in place. The deity's eye couldn't be blocked, and neither could his round mirror. It only blocked the beam and didn't pierce through him. During this delay, Zhao Qingquan and Jingjin had already disappeared. Ah! Xiaming roared and smashed Elder Sun's head with one palm. Pop! Elder Sun's head was smashed like a watermelon as he slowly collapsed. Xiaming glared at his corpse with hatred. He watched helplessly as the corpse suddenly emitted a black light. It swayed like a thin veil of mist, but it suddenly condensed into a beam of black light that shot into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Xiaming immediately knew that Elder Sun hadn't truly died. He would be resurrected in the 9 Nether cult, but his cultivation would be crippled and he would need to cultivate again. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Xiaming slammed his palm down and the surrounding boulders were smashed into pieces. Smoke and dust flew everywhere and engulfed his figure. He had already disappeared. When he appeared in the valley, his hatred hadn't dissipated yet. The next time he met Zhao Qingquan, he would definitely catch him and torture him. He definitely wouldn't let him die. His gaze suddenly swept across the valley and his face darkened. With one glance, he noticed that the snow-silver flowers had decreased. Although it was insignificant compared to the snow-silver flowers in the valley and was hard to notice, he still noticed it. It was obvious that someone had lured the tiger away from the mountain. Zhao Qingquan was the bait and then took advantage of his absence to pluck the snow-silver flowers. This 9 Nether cult was really sinister. The 9 Nether cult didn't need the snow-silver flowers, but the Lotus Flower sect desperately needed it. The 9 Nether cult must have taken the opportunity to make a deal with the Lotus Flower sect. Xiaming felt aggrieved when he thought of this. Not only was he injured, Zhao Qingquan escaped and took the opportunity to steal the snow-silver flowers, helping the 9 Nether cult to increase their strength. How stupid! Zhao Qingquan! He clenched his teeth and opened his vertical eye again. Zhao Qingquan appeared at the foot of a mountain and looked up at the sky. A black cloud floated down from the sky and landed in front of him. Zhao Qingquan picked up Jingjin and got on the black cloud. The black cloud carried him up into the sky and continued to rise until he entered the clouds. Xiaming looked at this scene with a gloomy expression. Slowly, his vertical eye closed. His face was filled with anger, but also a hint of helplessness. He could directly appear next to Zhao Qingquan and kill him with one palm, but he didn't dare to go over. That black cloud was too evil and gave him a strong sense of danger. If it really appeared, he might die. It was fine if he was injured, but if he really died, his cultivation would be destroyed and he would have to start all over again. That would be a real humiliation. If he endured it for now, he would eventually find a chance to take revenge. Chu Li and Jingxue appeared in their courtyard. Looking at the big bag full of snow-silver flowers, Jingxue beamed with joy. Chu Li was also happy. With these, their merits would increase further. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the golden lotus in Chu Li's lotus pond suddenly changed. It bloomed again and then condensed into a golden lotus. He opened his mouth and the golden lotus entered. Jingxue opened her mouth as well. A golden lotus shot from the courtyard beside her and entered her mouth. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then they began to sit cross-legged on the ground and began to channel. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.